update all. Okay, now we're recording. I mean, now we're streaming.
Yeah.
Hey everybody, Lee from PC Junkie Mods here. So
Can't see
today
it.
we're doing something a little different because there's a lag. So I'm in Discord, so I'm talking to people in Discord and I'm talking to you guys in the stream. Today I have a special guest. This is Johnny Rodriguez from Intel. We're going to do a PC build workshop today, and this is all brought to you by Intel and Lanfest. So hence the, whoops, wrong side, this side, Lanfest logo, Intel logo.
Yeah, I think we got a commercial going.
Yeah.
You got a commercial going?
Wasn't that just
Yeah.
a commercial now?
That was a commercial. That was a sales pitch, wasn't it? You guys see the stream or?
Oh yeah, we can see the stream now.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, we do.
Okay, and you got everything muted, right, over there?
Yeah, Twitch, where is it? It's muted. Facebook,
Muted.
and muted.
Okay, good job. And they all say Lanfest PC Build Workshop. Sorry, I'm working with Jay. Jay's new to this, and we're trying to get this ironed out. So repetition. The more I stream, the more he'll get it.
Yeah, Lanfest PC. Yeah, we're good.
So go back to Facebook. Facebook doesn't say, it's not right. And this is the one you never figure out, right? Edit video.
Well, I thought the restream was gonna do all three.
It's supposed to, but sometimes, you know, you have a little delay there. Whoa, this is totally different now. Right here. You get rid of this. Control V. Control and V. Okay, wait, don't. Get rid of all that. Backspace. Save post. Sorry, people. Okay, so now you should be able to go back to the video somehow. Shoot, how do you get back? Oh, here. This is dumb. I don't know why they did this. Okay, cool.
All right.
Oh, holy crap. It's like... Anyway, so what did we need to talk about first? Did somebody want to... I thought there was somebody that wanted to speak, Katie. Hello? Anybody?
Hi, yeah, I'm here. Do you want to introduce? Stereo Noggin?
Who? Can you say the name again?
Stereo Noggin from Intel.
Is that with the D?
I can jump in. This is Stereo Noggin, real name Michael Domingo. I did.
Sorry.
I was like,
I was like, who?
We should have rehearsed the username first. I'll explain what it means later. But hey, I'm one of the folks who works at Intel on many of our gaming activities and events. I just wanted to get a quick word in here on behalf of our team, and you know, right off the bat, just say how grateful and honored we are to be a sponsor of Lanfest this year. We've been working with the team for a few months now, and you know, it's awesome how they found some creative ways to continue awesome gaming experiences and social connections during this time, especially you know, excited to kick off this build your own PC. So you know, just want to say we're going to be around this weekend for all the tournaments and games. Feel free to say hello, team up with us, and you know, just want to say thank you for having us and look forward to a great weekend here.
Awesome.
cool.
Cool. So, and then we should probably talk about the other thing that we were going to talk about, right? I didn't rehearse it, Katie, sorry. Oh, wait, we just went to a commercial. My camera is retarded. So, I was trying to figure this out earlier. I'm sorry, everybody, but that was retarded. Nope, not that camera. Nope, not that camera. How about that camera? My Canon, for some reason, keeps going to like a Canon advertisement, and I think it's because I pulled my cards out of it. So let me put these cards back in. Because for some reason it thinks that there's no video feed, even though it is doing a continuous video feed as we speak. Sorry about that. I know, it's the camera freaks out and thinks there's nothing going on here. So now it shouldn't do that, but who knows? And I'm going to turn the air up a little bit more. Sorry, it's getting kind of toasty in there. And I did turn the AC on, but it's feels like it's 85 or 90 in there with all the lights and stuff. Okay. So with all the social distancing stuff going on, this doing this with multiple people in the room was kind of, we were trying to figure it out. I'm in California, so the California laws for where I'm at, like Johnny, obviously he has his hand sanitizer with him. I have some too, but it's out there. And then he also he has his mask with him, and so on and so forth. Johnny has children, I have children. So, I mean, we are trying to practice the social distancing thing to the T, because the last thing I want to do is for me to get sick or my kids to get sick or vice versa. So, for the most part, if I go out in the public, I do wear a mask. Like if I go to the grocery store, like obviously Costco, you have to. But in California, in this area, San Joaquin County, I think they're starting to get a little bit more lax, if I'm not mistaken, as of May 8th. And they're allowing businesses to reopen. And for the most part, my business, I do custom computers and computer repair. It's appointment only right now is all I'm doing. So I don't really let anybody come to my storefront. Yeah, I guess I could switch back to the other camera. Did I? Am I on 4? No. Okay. Sorry. But so I just wanted to kind of touch bases on that, and we appreciate everybody's help to try to keep this toned down, because I think we've, for the most part, most of the people have been doing a pretty good job because the numbers are starting to drop and everything's starting to kind of hopefully flatten out, right?
Yeah, flatten that curve.
Flatten that curve. So with that being said, let's go ahead and move on. So what we have in front of us is 2 PCs. Well, there's one here on the table, but actually behind here, I'll actually go to the 4 view so you guys can kind of see. I have this little camera in the corner. So you can see the hardware up here. We'll call out some of the sponsors. You got Cooler Master, you got Supermicro, Intel, of course. You have Zotac, NVIDIA, HyperX, and Zalman. Did I miss somebody? No.
No, I think that's everybody.
I think I called everybody. Okay. So for the higher end system, you have the Master Liquid AIO. They're basically both the same systems, except for the cooler and the video card and the memory, if I'm not mistaken. They both have the same motherboard. They both have an 8700K from Intel, and then they both have the Cooler Master 750 watt power supply, and they both have the Zalman case, and they both have Intel SSDs. Okay, and I think I covered all that. The main difference is going to be the coolers. So the cooler for the low level or the lower end is an air cooler from Zalman, and the higher end has, like I said, the AIO. And also the video card difference is the 2060 Super versus a 1660 Super, which is way over there on that shelf. The RAM is pretty much the same RAM, except for I think maybe speed, and one's RGB and one is not RGB. What is that one?
16 gig RGB.
16 gig. And I can never decipher the numbers for for Kingston. I always have to look Kingston stuff up. Oh.
Yo, Lockdown 83 just subscribed with Twitch Prime for the 2nd month.
Well, thank you, Lockdown.
And Random Slurping says hi.
Hello, Jonathan. Actually, Lockdown was here yesterday. Him and Wendell. All right, so I wanted to go over the differences between the 2 PCs because we originally talked about building both the PCs at the same time, side by side, Johnny and I. And then I forgot to turn my ringer off, sorry.
Thought it'd be a little too busy on the small table.
Somebody says I'm super quiet. How am I super quiet? Am I super quiet?
I'm I wonder which audio they're picking up.
Yeah, I don't know.
Discord, Twitch.
How's the Discord audio sound? Anybody?
It's fine over here.
Okay. How does it sound? Can you check in the Twitch for me?
It's a little quieter.
It's a little quieter in the Twitch. Huh. But not like drastically quieter, is it?
No, not really.
Okay, cool. That's all I needed. Thank you. Okay, so we were originally going to do the side by side, but being that both PCs are pretty much identical except for the cooler is going to be the biggest thing, because the mounting for that versus the mounting for this, they could be completely different. Like for instance, this cooler doesn't come with thermal paste pre-installed, but it does come with thermal paste. So you actually have to put it on versus one that already has it on the cooler itself or the heatsink. So we're going to go over that and show you the difference there. And the difference between the video card is obviously one's bigger video card, so it might have more power. So it might have an additional power plug. But for the most part, it's the same concept. And the RAM is RAM. They all pretty much plug in the same way.
Yep.
It doesn't change. So I don't know. I'm going to try not to go out of. I know we had like an instruction manual instruction set that we put together. So I'm going to try to do it in the order that I remember doing that instruction set. So usually what I'll do is I'll look at all my stuff before I even unbox it. Like most of this is already out of the box. But I will look at it beforehand for a couple reasons.
Yeah, you have a good example.
Here's a perfect example. So this is the case box. Oh, I'm going behind the case there. And you can see this damaged corner here. So you want to give everything a visual because of the fact that, let's say you're ready to build your PC and you go to start pulling everything out, and then you realize that, maybe it's a week later, or 2 weeks later. I've done a month later and then I couldn't return it. But what if the case is damaged? Now you're all prepped and you're all gung-ho to build your PC, and you got a damaged case that you got to send back. In this case it wasn't damaged, but this corner was crushed. So that's kind of one of the things that I always check. I try to check all the hardware before I do the build, because a lot of times being in a PC shop, I don't build right away, so I need to check everything. Because, for instance, that time I got scammed on an SSD.
Yeah.
And I bought it off Amazon, and it was I literally didn't check for like 60 days later or something, and lucky Amazon was kind enough to help me out there. But yeah, otherwise I had to eat like $2,000 because it was, the early 2 terabyte days.
Yeah.
But anyway, so
yeah, and to make sure you got everything.
Yeah, could be missing something. So something could have got overlooked, or maybe you bought a bunch of stuff off of Amazon or Newegg or wherever you shop. I prefer to shop on Newegg, so that's just me. But let's say Newegg sends you a box full of stuff, right? You order the board, the CPU, whatever, all from the same spot, and somebody accidentally forgot to put the SSD in there, and you're ready to go, and lo and behold, you're missing a part.
Yeah, or you find out on your invoice it says 5 of 6 items.
Yeah, because the other one's still out for delivery somewhere. Okay, so then the next step would be, I prefer to prep the case, but for the instruction manual, we actually jumped into the CPU and the motherboard. So normally we would pull the motherboard out of the box. You can take it out of the anti-static wrap that's in, and usually what you can do is just take the board and set it right on the box, because then it's pretty safe there.
Yeah, we have an anti-static mat on the table, so we're not too worried about it here. But at home, if you got carpeting and stuff like that, you
don't
might
put
be
it on
careful
carpet.
about static.
Yeah, don't put it on carpet.
Yeah.
And you guys can hear Johnny okay? Because you're not using your mic, right? Yeah, because I don't hear you in Discord.
I hear me.
Oh, you hear you?
Yeah.
Okay, then we're good. All right, so then the next step would be
Johnny is a little quiet.
Yeah, because he's bumping off my mic because he's like right here.
Yep.
I figured my mic would pick him up decent enough. Huh? Oh yeah. I'm sorry. I'm like, what? Do what? Where are we at? 2? That's kind of far away. Yeah, I guess I could have zoomed it in. So next we would pull the CPU out of the box, and then we're going to put the CPU into the motherboard. The main thing you need to get out of the motherboard box is the motherboard and the I/O shield, because the I/O shield is going to go into the case. And depending if you need, like you're putting a hard drive or an SSD or something in your system that's a SATA-driven device, you might want to pull some SATA cables out. For the most part, that's probably it for now. So usually the way I do my CPUs is I leave this cover on.
Yep.
I undo this latch here, so now it's ready to open up. I get my CPU ready. I'll let Johnny take over from here because I think he knows the same method I do.
Yeah, so be careful when you pick up the CPU. You want to make sure you grab it by the edges. You don't want to touch any of the pads on the bottom because the oil from your fingers can cause corrosion later, and you just don't want that kind of thing to happen. When you look at putting in your motherboard, if you look at the CPU, you'll see in one of the corners there'll be a little triangle. I don't know if you're going to be able to see that on the camera.
Yeah, I see it.
Yep, but it's the bottom left right here. If you look on your motherboard, on the cover for the CPU case, or the CPU cover, there's a matching triangle on there. And that helps you make sure your CPU is oriented the same direction as the socket. That way it'll go in there correctly. When you're ready to put the CPU in, go ahead and push the lever all the way up into the top, and it should pop open the cover over the socket itself. Carefully drop the CPU in right in the center. And one of the ways you can check that it's in there correctly, if you put your finger in the center of the IHS, or the integrated heatsink, and you try to wiggle it around, it should feel pretty steady, solid, and only move a tiny little bit. It's not like wobbling or anything like that.
You want to make sure that these corners are locked in. There's notches in the CPU here, and it'll only go in one way. I pretty much do what you do, but I usually grab it like this and check, and that way, you know, in case it wasn't in, I don't do something. But we should refrain from using drop in. We should place it into the socket.
Settle it in.
Yeah, nice and easy.
Right, because if you look in that little socket, there's over 1,000 pins in there, and they're pretty tiny. And if you bend one, it's almost impossible to correct.
Yeah, it's a nightmare. It's this socket actually, it's 1151 to be exact, right?
Yeah.
So.
All right, I'm gonna put it back in. Make sure it's in there secure, and then when you close the socket, you want to make sure that the two little teeth slide under the screw that holds retention. You're going to push it all the way down and then hook the lever back under the socket retention.
So here's the big ticket here. I've seen a lot of people take this off the socket before they put the CPU in. And there's no need to do that, because when you crank this sucker down, it pops off for you.
Yeah, it's actually designed to do that.
Yeah.
So you never have to worry about it. That way you keep your socket as protected for the longest amount of time possible.
Right. Yeah, you don't accidentally drop your CPU in there or something.
Yeah. And we also recommend keeping the cover. If there's any reason why you need to send the motherboard back or anything like that, it's good to put that back on there so nothing happens during shipment and they say you damaged your socket and we're not going to warranty it. It's just you can put it back on when you tack it back up for shipping.
I guess when we're talking, I should turn it back to that camera.
Oh.
Because you keep looking over there, and I'm like, oh, well.
Yeah, I'm looking at the camera. Nobody's seeing me looking
Yeah. All right, so next thing, what I think on the instruction manual, I actually moved forward to the case from here, because the last thing I actually usually want to put in is the cooler. And the reason being is 8-pin. It's very hard to get to the 8-pin. You see the 8-pin's located up in this top corner. Up here, so when that's up into the case in the very top corner, if you have a heatsink like this guy, you're gonna break your knuckles or cut your knuckles and your fingers or who knows what, and that's the last thing I want to do. But at this point, what we could do is we could put the bracket on for the cooler. So I'm gonna pull the Zalman air cooler out for the people that have that cooler, and I'm gonna do a quick walkthrough just so they're. So we've kind of touched basis on that one. Oh, it's already open. You opened it?
No, they didn't.
Oh. And the main thing for any of these coolers, regardless of what cooler you do have for in your future, or this one doesn't have thermal paste on it either. Just you can always refer to the instruction manual, because the instruction manuals are usually pretty good. That's why they designed them for the cooler or any device. Oh, they did pull them out, huh?
Gonna pull the instructions. Make sure we get the right parts of the bracket.
Oh, where is the instructions?
Uh-oh.
Okay, well, I guess our friends at Lanfest didn't send us instructions. Look, I pulled the instructions out for that. There's no instructions in here? No, there's not. Well, all right. So at this point, I don't want to give you incorrect information, but it looks like Johnny's on the right track here. Hey, Katie, you in there? Or Gary?
They're both in here. Don't know if they're
All right.
We're here.
micable.
What happened to the directions to the air cooler?
We did put them back. I'm trying to remember exactly where they went.
Did they go in the motherboard box, maybe?
I think they might have.
Look in that box. That
If
sounds
possible, if you could zoom in on that overhead view, it's a little hard to see.
Oh yeah, we're just really quickly putting it together to try to make sure we have the right brackets so we can show you what the right brackets are.
Yeah, you're saying to zoom in on the overhead. Nope. I don't see them in here. That's all right. Johnny's gonna try to figure it out right now, and I'll give you a little bit of a zoom on that camera, or my GoPro, whatever you want to call it. He's got it figured
Make sure
here.
those are the right ones.
Here. What were you gonna say earlier, Jay?
Where is it at? Anton was saying Johnny's low on Facebook, and MR said Singularity sent me.
Oh, okay. Cool. What's up, Lee? Daniel? Oh, Daniel's my buddy. Yeah. Hopefully we'll be doing big things soon.
I don't know what these are
Those are just to confuse people, I think. Yeah, like a lineup piece or something. I don't remember. I'm working on the Zoom right now. If I can remember where my app is, then that'd be good here. Here it is. That is camera number. This is number what? So that's number 2. Oh, yeah, okay. My phone's not responding for some reason. I don't want to get my discount on in my next GoPro. I already have enough. Oh, Bluetooth is off. Yeah, okay. Well, hopefully my phone doesn't try to override the Bluetooth headset that I'm using to talk to you guys or hear you guys in chat. So we'll see here. So we're trying to figure out this cooler real quick, and then we can actually hopefully tell you for the most part how it goes. And I'll go ahead and switch. How about this view for right now?
I think that's everything.
That's everything? So that's camera 1. I'm waiting to see if it tries to override it on the... Okay, so that one asked me, so that's working. So you got to figure it out?
I think so.
Okay. I'm just trying to get the zoom to work, but this is the bad thing about the GoPro is I've discovered once I fire up the feed,
Oh, it doesn't want to.
it doesn't want to. Sometimes they glitch out and they don't want to let me mess with them. Like I was able to get this one in my app right now, but this one up here on the top has been my nightmare one.
We have that portable one.
Yeah, I could just put it on top of the PC and zoom it down.
Yeah, and once you got the camera set up the way you like it, I definitely want to see if you can bump the volume on your microphone for the stream itself as well. There's a couple people saying it's hard to hear, and I tested it out myself, and it is pretty hard to hear you.
It's hard to hear this mic?
Yeah.
That's weird, because I haven't had any issues except for with this stream.
Yeah, you sound great on Discord, but for some reason on the Twitch stream, the volume's a bit lower.
Huh. Okay. I don't
Yeah,
know.
so that could be an OBS or whatever, and not of the microphone Discord.
Yeah, but I've literally not touched my microphone settings in all my streams. Once I had it set up, I left it. It's been the same on every stream. So I mean, I'm sure
Yeah,
I'll
I
go
don't
take
know.
a look at it, but I'm pretty sure it's set to not clip. Where's this at? This the right one?
Anytime I run into a weird microphone issue, I just blame Discord and call it a day. Even if it's not their fault, I'll still blame them.
Is this better than the top down? This camera? Where I just put my hand? Yeah, see, it doesn't want to. Let me see something, Jay.
Yeah.
Why is my mic? Oh, it is low for some reason.
Did you change the batteries? Did it reset something?
No, I don't think so, because I would have had to. I would have had to mess with the internal boost, which is inside. Yeah, go for it, dude. Maybe I accidentally hit the boost button or something when I was changing the batteries. How's that? Is that better? Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing. Yeah, I'm up in the yellow now. Is that better, guys and gals? Microphone wise?
Yeah, it's better on Twitch.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Yeah, lots of good feedback for the camera position and microphone on Twitch. So looks like you're good.
Okay.
Good.
Okay, so this camera is better than the overhead. Yes, no, maybe so.
I think if we switched it to just that one.
Yeah. Well, here. Yeah. 3. And this. This one doesn't want to do anything. Join. This one is letting me control it. I can zoom in a little bit on this. The only thing about that is when you zoom.
Yeah, that's a lot.
It's a lot better. Nice close up. Okay. Yeah, the chat's saying it's good. Hey, Antone. All right, let's see. A little bit more. That better? We'll work with that one. How's that sound? All right, so moving on. Now that we've got past a couple hurdles, I must have hit the button on my thing when I took the batteries out or something. Because I want to say it was at 20. Because I didn't mess with any of the audios over there, and you see I'm hitting yellow now, which I wasn't before. I was actually staying way in the low green, but now it's good. So
Up where it needs to be.
yeah. So they were right. All right. So what do we need to do here, Johnny, with this cooler?
So one of the first
Are we
things we're
supposed
going
to be
to
able
do.
to close the lever over the CPU?
Yes.
Because I'm having a problem with being able to reclose that.
Okay, wait. So let me show you something real quick then. If you're having a problem with closing this, you need to double check. You see where this where's the camera? You see this little triangle in the corner of the CPU? It's going to be a delay, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, the triangle on the CBOL or the CPU,
the CBO.
and the triangle on the motherboard.
Yes. So there's
the
one.
socket.
There's an actual triangle on the motherboard right next to the socket here, and there's a triangle on the CPU in the corner of it. Those should be lined up. There's two notches where my middle finger is. There's a notch there. There's one on this other side. Those need to be toward this back end, toward the back end of the socket. So if this CPU is incorrectly, it should be in there nice and flush. It won't be sitting high, because if I flip this CPU totally around, if I turn it 180 degrees, then what happens is these little, I guess you could call them like a pin or whatever. I don't want to use the word that everybody trolls me for. Then what happens is the CPU sits, it'll high side here, and that'd be why it wouldn't want to close. But basically, when you drop this down like that, these teeth need to slide under that screw, and it should go down. I mean, it's got a lot of force. There's a reason for that. You don't want your CPU moving because it's making contact here on the IHS.
So where does it
I
seem
had it
like?
that way originally.
Okay.
Okay.
I've got resistance, but it won't close.
So the teeth are going underneath the screw?
Oh, there it is.
Did you get it?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, it's staying there.
Okay. Here's the other trick too. For mainstream platforms, 11 series, 12 series, I don't know about 12 series 100%. It's the same. The writing on the CPU, when you look at the motherboard in the correct orientation, it won't be upside down. If it's an extreme setup, the CPU will be upside down.
For most boards, it'll be right side up.
For most, yes, unless you get crazy and you make custom PCB and stuff. So
EVGA.
yeah, exactly. That's why I was like, unless you get crazy, make Vince his own board. Okay, so I think Johnny has this cooler here figured out, so he's gonna dive right in and show us what we need to do for this cooler.
Yeah, so with those of you who have the air cooler, we're going to need to assemble the back bracket first. And you'll see a set of black connectors and little square screws, or actually they're sockets. It's not the one, I don't know if you can see this clearly, that has the extra notches. It's the smaller black bracket, right? So you'll need all four of those. And then the matching sockets that go with that.
It's like a stud.
Yeah. It's where the screws will be screwing into. And I don't remember which hole.
It's the close one.
Yeah.
Hey.
So what you want to do is there's two sides of the back bracket, right? One side humps up a little bit, and if you look on the back, it's sunken in. What you want to do is put those little squares in the inner hole closer to the center, and then slide the bracket over until it clips in.
It's almost like a capture nut or whatever you want to call that.
Yeah.
Is this on the side that dips down or the side that that the middle goes up?
It's with the ravine. It's dipped. So you have to put the little metal thing into the dip or the ravine or whatever you want to call it. You see how it drops in there and locks in there.
Yeah, and then it should be flush.
Yeah, it's flush.
And then you slide the cap, the notch side down, and then it should clip on.
And then you can flip it over.
And then you'll have to do that for all four.
For most of you guys that have the air coolers, see, you're the lucky ones right now because you have the instructions. We just had to figure this one out on our own. No troll intended. They're pretty much all the same though. When we've done other coolers, it's been pretty similar. So for us, because we've done multiple air coolers and AIOs, it's not rocket science to figure out here because A lot of coolers go together the same way, or very similar.
Yeah, we're gonna need to mount the fan also.
And what does the fan mount with? Really?
Yep.
That's the first.
Other side.
I can't
Oh,
see what
'cause
you're doing very well because the video.
oh, so I'm sorry. I'm just looking. I'm trying to familiarize myself with what we're working with. That's all. Okay, so now that you have this together, the next part would be to put this onto your motherboard.
I didn't see any double-sided tape or anything, so it's not gonna sit there.
That's what those are, aren't they?
Oh, is that what that's for?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure. Now, I want to say that won't work on that one, so it'd be this one, and maybe this is to line it up, so you can get it lined up. No?
Oh, and you put it in here,
Yeah.
and then you stick it on, and it should be in the right space.
Yeah. So if you put that in there, no, because it doesn't stick up far enough. Well, that was worth a shot. That's got to be what that's for, huh? Anyway, so basically you have this guy here. This is a little sticky thing. You can use this or not use this. It's totally up to you. You don't have to. What you could do is just take the bracket itself. This is usually what I do. I hardly ever use the tape. I'm gonna actually move over here a little.
This one mounts directly. It won't hold it. There's no cap to hold it on.
What are these?
They go through here to mount it.
Oh.
That's what I said. We have to use this or wait till we're ready.
Oh, I see what you mean. Okay, so you have to do this.
Yeah.
Right now, because we're not gonna put the cooler on completely. I mean, we are just to show you how it's done. But so what you would, well, we're not gonna do that then. We're just gonna show them how to put
mount
the
it
cooler
later.
on. Yeah. So what you would do is you want to take your bracket and you want to take this little guy here. You want to peel it off and you want to stick it on here. And the reason you're going to stick that on there, you're going to try to line it up the best you can in the middle there. It doesn't have to be perfect. Basically, all it's for is it's a double-sided piece of tape to stick to the back of the plate. So when you put this on here, it doesn't fall off. That's all it's for.
Mm-hmm.
So we're just going to use it as an adhesive product to keep this on here while you get your CPU cooler set up. So for us, since we're not actually going to be using this cooler in this build, we're just going to set it, the motherboard on top of it like that, and show you how to finish installing the cooler. Does that make sense? Any questions? Yeah, because I don't know, in the instruction manual you might actually use this.
Which screws are we supposed to be using? Because I can't seem to get the right ones.
Okay, so
that go in the bracket.
That go in the.
I'm working on it. We have. So these are going to be the screws that are going to screw the CPU cooler down. Huh? Yeah, into that, right?
What shape are they?
Oh.
No, you're right. Yeah. I thought these
Well, what are those for?
That's what I said. You're right. Those.
These are for nothing, right?
No, those. I think those go in.
No, they don't. They don't go to that.
Sure?
Yeah, they're not. They're the wrong thread. Hold on, we're still crossing this bridge. Yeah, these go in there. Because that's the wrong thread. That's M4.
Yep.
So the shape that they're basically just a regular screw, but they don't have thread all the way up the shaft or to the head of the screw. It's just a partial because when this bottoms out, that's as far as you're supposed to screw it in. Can you see that screw?
You might want to move your hands ever so slightly down. It's out. You're out of the camera. There you go.
I can see it. I don't believe I have it.
You don't have that? Which cooler are you doing right now? Are you doing this cooler?
Hold on.
Or are you doing the Cooler Master cooler? Well, he
So
was walking through with on the brackets. I mean, he's got to be doing that cooler.
Yeah, it's a different bracket.
Yeah, it's totally different bracket. You have the Zalman cooler, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Then you should have those screws, unless we were supplied the wrong screws, which I highly doubt. What
So-
screws do you have?
Which one are you looking for? The one that goes in
All
the bracket?
small ones that don't require a screwdriver, small ones that are octagons and small squares.
Okay, those are the small squares right there. You see that? Hold it up higher, Johnny. Those are the small squares. Here, put it right in the middle of mine. Right. That's the small square, right?
You don't have those in your packaging?
No, he said he has them. You can't see it?
That's better.
So this is different if you're using the Cooler Master, right?
Yes, we're gonna do the Cooler Master next. We're just trying to get past the Zalman because that's the one that we're not gonna actually use for the build.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the square screw that goes into
It just falls
this.
out though.
No, this drops into this bracket. Let me see. Okay, you see how we have this little plastic piece catching that piece. So this little square guy drops into the hole closest to the center of this bracket. You see that? It's in there. And yeah, if you flip it over right now, it's gonna fall out, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna put it back in. And then there's these little plastic clips that slide over and catch it and keep it in there. Now it doesn't fall out anymore. See that?
Uh-huh.
Okay. That's what the square screw nut, whatever you want to call it, goes. Then the screw that we're going to use, I'm sure,
To mount it down.
to mount it down is going to be this guy. Yeah, because here's the screws that go into the brackets. So this screw.
Oh, and now they just fell out again. Great.
I think your clips aren't quite going in there right.
Yeah, the clip should actually clip all the way in. You should feel it like kind of snap. You should feel that snap into there, and make sure you have the right clip as well.
Yeah, if you have the larger one.
The larger clip won't work.
I'm working with the small ones right now.
Okay, he's got the right one. And that's the screw we're going to use. Whoops. That will screw it down later. Well, actually, right now, what we're going to do once we get past this part.
You can mount it and unmount it really quick.
Yeah. We're just going to do temporary mount, but should we do 2 thermal paste applications or just one?
Well, we have to put the bracket on.
Yeah.
We need a small Phillips.
This should not work. Oh, there's not one in here. Good job, Lee.
We're going to need to access the bottom of the heat.
They can't hear you. Now they can.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's right. I forgot. We're going to need to access the bottom of the heatsink. If you flip it over so you see the copper pipes, you can see 4 small screws. We're going to need to undo those screws. You can go ahead and peel off.
Not for us, though. We're not going to peel it off.
Oh, yeah,
but for you guys, you want to peel this plastic off right now. Okay? Because we're just going to put it right on the CPU.
All 4 screws.
Were you able to figure out the backplate?
Oh, yeah, we forgot to ask.
Nope, not yet.
Not yet.
Okay.
Do you have the instruction manual for that cooler?
It might be a little
Yes,
weird
but I
on
am
instructions.
missing 2 square screws. I'm still looking for.
Oh, the packaging's missing 2 screws?
I'm checking the floor. They might have fallen.
Okay.
I found them on the floor. It's gonna look.
Those pieces fall off?
And
Oh, you didn't even have to pull it all the way out. You could have just slid the brackets in there and loosened it up.
There's little pins.
Oh, I see what you mean. Okay. Yeah. Might have been able to loosen it up, huh? Okay, so you can do one of two things for this part. You can actually unscrew these completely and pull that piece out, or your instruction, I bet your instructions probably say to loosen the screws, not all the way, but partial, and then you should be able to slide the bracket into it. But as you can see, we've taken it all the way out, which isn't a big deal. So, so Johnny's going to go ahead and show you how this goes together. Oh yeah, because
they're put them in.
Yeah. This is where it pays to have four hands.
And Mazer Taser, I just wanted to let you know if you don't find those screws, we'll definitely be fixing that up for you, and helping you with that.
No, I found them.
Okay.
The instructions say to use the octagonal ones, not the squares.
We definitely we built that, and it did come with square ones, even though the instructions do show octagonal ones.
Okay. Yeah, I'm like, I didn't see any octo.
And Lee, I put a link to what I think is the version of those instructions in the text channel for the PC Build Workshop.
I'm sure Johnny already has it figured out.
I'm sure he does, but just in case.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so basically, Johnny's loosened the screws on the bottom of the heatsink. At first we took them off, but we realized that you can actually, without pulling them completely out, you can actually loosen it a little bit, and what happens is you're able to slide the brackets into it. So he's gonna do that now, and I'm pretty sure that you want to have.
So there's two brackets in the box. You want the smaller bracket, right? You don't want the one that's larger and straight. You want the one that's kind of curved.
And you want to make sure that the tabs are facing toward the motherboard.
Yeah. So when you look at it,
two. Okay.
All right. And you have the heatsink like this. You want to make sure the tabs look like that.
Yeah. You got it. Cool.
And then you'll slide them in.
We keep going too high on the camera.
And then there's little tabs on the cover that kind of lock it in place. And you can probably do one side at a time and tighten it down a little bit.
Just so it'll lock in there and not fall out while you're messing with the other one.
And then do the same thing on the other side.
And like I said earlier, at this point you guys could remove the plastic on the heatsink. We're not removing it because we're not actually going to put thermal paste on with this one, because it doesn't make sense for us to put thermal paste on twice.
And then tighten them down. You don't need to be crazy. They just need to be secure. All right. So if you look at it from the side, it should look kind of like that.
So they're almost like feet for the cooler to stand up now. Not that it wouldn't stand before, but.
Or did I put them upside down?
No.
No. Okay.
Yeah. I was pretty sure. If you would have put them the other way, then they'd be way too far away.
Taller screws.
Yeah.
And so that's how that bracket mounts on there. And then we'll also need to mount the fan to it.
But you want to do that later. So when you go to mount your cooler, the last thing you want to do in this cooler installation is the fan. So when you go to put your memory in and stuff, that is probably the time you're going to want to put your fan in, because once you put that fan in there, it's another object in your way, or you can put it in. I don't think it really matters. And then you can even take the wire and wrap it around the bottom of this is wire management stuff, sorry. OCD problems.
Yeah, so when it comes time to when you do mount the air cooler in, you'll use the short screws that we described before. You'll need all 4 of those. You can go ahead and use the little double-sided tape square to secure the bracket to the bottom, and make sure all 4 screws or those little sockets fit through the motherboard, so you can barely
See them.
see them sticking through.
I can lean that back a little bit. That way we don't.
It's okay.
All right.
And the way it'll happen is you'll thermopaste on.
And we'll show you the application when we do the AIO. So we'll cross that bridge in a minute.
Yeah. And then the heatsink will go on top.
And then these little screws would just go right through here into the hole that it's supposed to go in. Just like so. Just like that. And you'll screw that all the way down because it'll stop. It won't let you screw it in too far.
Yeah. And you'll want to put all 4 of them in slightly before you tighten it down all the way. That way you can get all 4 in.
That way you get them all lined up. And then the thermal paste. So the trick to doing the cooler installation as far as the tightening goes, the method I've always used, at this point you're going to need a long screwdriver. I get them all started. Once they're all started, I actually do 3 turns per. So I'll do 3 turns here, I'll do 3 turns there, and I'll stagger it. Just like if you have a car and you do your lug nuts on the wheels, you want to stagger it because you don't want to have an uneven torquing. Because for this, the thermal paste could end up getting pushed off one side or this way or that way or whatever. You want it to be even, so equal pressure, and you could even push down on the cooler while you're tightening them. But I would just do 3 turns, 3 turns, 3 turns until they're all tight.
Yeah, we'll talk about that again when we mount the AIO, and it's the same procedure, so you'll be able to see us do that instead of when you're installing your air cooler instead.
Right. Okay, so we're gonna now this air cooler does have a I guess an RGB light or something. So I'm assuming in the manual. What? No,
RGB.
no.
This has RGB. The
What
AIO
is that?
has RGB.
Hello. What do you think that is? That's RGB.
No, I think. Okay.
It's got to be
that's
RGB
right.
or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. And also another thing, because obviously we installed this backwards, but because we were just kind of trying to show you, you want to have it this way. Preferably have it this way, where the fan. This is where the fan mounts. So preferably you'd have it here. For the most part, most coolers will have, and then you want to have the Zalman sticker, not this Zalman sticker, but you see this cross member. I've always referred to this cross member as the exit of the fan. Some fans, airflow. See, there's an arrow pointing that way. So you want to have this facing the back of the computer because then it's pushing all the hot air out of the back of the computer. So if you put this right here, yeah, it should clear the RAM slot. It looks like it does. So yeah,
it's close.
It is close, but it does clear. So make sure you have the fan side this way, and this fan, you can, like I said, it does say the airflow here. So as long as the arrow is pointing that way, you're good. If you decide to put it this way, then you need to flip the fan around so it's still pointing that way. So that means this part would be toward the back of the case. I mean, it's totally up to you how you want to do it. I would do it the other way.
Yeah, the way we're putting the case together, you'd want it pushing out toward the back.
And this, I'm pretty sure, would just plug into a.
Yeah, I don't think it's RGB. I think it's just lit. It's an LED because it's only 2 wires.
Oh yeah. Well, LED or white maybe, but it's so short. Where would you? Okay, so we're gonna pass on this guy now. Is there any questions about this cooler? Or is everybody okay with this cooler?
On the double-sided tape step, do we put it on which side do we put the tape on?
On the back of the motherboard. So what you can
right
do
here on the hump. Yeah. This is the part that's gonna make. If you put it this way, this won't make contact with the back of the CPU socket. So you need the side with these guys facing up. You see those little squares that we were chasing down earlier? They need to go through the motherboard. So these need to be face up. So the double-sided tape needs to be here. That way this makes contact with the back of the socket and sticks to it. Just like that. You see how he has the double-sided tape here? And we're going to take this, flip it upside down. It would go right on top of that. Well, wherever the hole's at, I don't know. It's not lining up for me, but yeah. Oh yeah, you didn't. Oh no, that does have the 4 on. It's because that's super thick. That's why. Because it's got the paper on it.
Yeah, so it makes extra thick. Does that make sense?
Yeah, screws just keep falling out.
Which screws? Those ones? The ones?
The square ones.
They shouldn't fall out. I'm confused why yours keep falling out. Because look at these ones. They're not falling out. We have all 4 of them in here. This should actually kind of click into place.
So if you look carefully at the bracket, I don't know if you can see on there. See how it's a U shape? That U has to fit around it and clip it in.
You'll actually hear a small click.
Are yours doing that?
Well, they fall out when I put them in, so I'm not sure.
I'm confused. So you're telling me that when you're putting this in, it just falls out like that did?
It just falls out when I put them in, and I don't get the chance to clip them in.
Oh, well here, look. Take this, flip it upside down, put the little square guy in there. It's not falling out now. Turn this upside down so the U is facing down. Slide it over. Click in place. Done.
Yeah, you should see it cover the square, the silver square.
Better? Not better?
Yeah, I think. Not sure.
Yeah, so it should all line up. So when you turn it over, you should be able to see through it. And the silver part on the back, the square part, should be completely covered. And that should hold it in completely so it doesn't fall out.
I think I was putting the covers over or something. I'm going through the manual again.
Oh, and also if we weren't clear, you're putting them in the diagonal braces, not the parallel ones on the end.
Yeah, not these ones.
If I didn't make that clear and you were struggling with that, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't think we actually said anything about that. I haven't even been looking at the chat.
Lawman wants to know what the purpose of that bracket is on the back of the motherboard.
What, the actual bracket on the board?
Yes.
It's for the mounting of the CPU. And because what happens is if you don't have that mounting, then basically you're putting all your structural force from your CPU cooler directly to the board instead of on this bracket. Because this bracket's taking the force of your cooler, when you wrench it down.
The question was why is there's this metal piece on the back of the motherboard? What it is this retention mechanism puts about, I think it's 85 pounds of force on the socket to hold it down, so all those pins touch correctly. And that metal plate reinforces the motherboard because this is just a fiberglass and copper motherboard. If that pressure didn't land evenly, it could tweak the motherboard and cause it to bend, and then something wouldn't align correctly. So that helps reinforce the socket.
Cool. What else did I miss over there, Jay? Or did we miss?
I don't know if I wanted to read that.
I understand.
We don't need to read that.
I mean, if I see something like that, do I time it out or?
No, it's fine. So for the people that are tuned in on Twitch and they're not obviously in the Discord, this is for first-time PC builders. So we appreciate you guys coming in. So if you guys can keep it, friendly, that'd be awesome.
Other than that, everything's good.
I haven't really watched the chat at all, so I've been looking at our positioning in front of the camera and stuff. Maybe I should make that pink, and then I'll probably see it more often. All right, so how are you looking over there? I don't even know who. Let me come over here and see who I've been talking to this whole time, or we've been talking to. So who's the one having the problem with the mounting bracket?
I am. I'm still working on it right
Mazer. Okay.
I'm still having the problem of getting the square bolts in.
Okay, look. This is the only thing I can think. I'm going to start from scratch here on this with you. I'm going to bring this camera down here, and I'm going to put this right up close and personal for you. I'm going to pull this completely apart. So I'm going to start from square one with you, okay? I have the bracket. I have the 4 clipping locking mechanisms, whatever you want to call them, clamps or something. These little plastic things, right? And then I'm going to show you the difference between the two. Here's the one that's for the counterpart we don't want to mention right now. So this is the one we don't want, this big one, right? Okay, so we're going to get rid of that one. We want this one that has the single hole in it. And then you have these 4 little standoffs or studs or square nuts or whatever you want to call them. Okay, I'm sure you already have all that stuff, but I just wanted to, like, we're going over this fresh. Now you have the bracket here, and I'm looking at my positioning in the camera here. This side here goes against the motherboard. You see how it's high rise, whatever, it's got a hump. It's higher on this side. On the back side here, it's got more of a ravine, right? So this is the ravine here. And we want to use the cross. We don't want the straight ones. We want these 4 corners here. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to take this metal guy, we're going to drop it into the closest hole in this ravine. Now it's flush in there. I can rub my finger across that, right? Is that how yours is?
Oh yeah, that's how they were.
Okay. Now I'm going to take this plastic guy, and with the opening, the cut, where it's cut out, it's like the U shape. I'm going to flip that down, but I want the opening facing the stud. So when I slide this over it, it's going to lock that in there. There's no way that should fall out.
All right, now that's working. I had it
Okay.
upside down.
Alright.
Oh,
Sweet.
okay. Awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
I'll just leave it apart for now.
Oh, yeah, we're done with it, huh? Okay, so everybody else is good on that? On this cooler? Because we're going to move on. And hi, camera. How you doing? This camera's handy to put right here on the table like this. All right. I'll just put it right there. Okay. So, everybody, I guess I'll take silence for a good thing. Everybody's good? We're moving on. So now we're going to move forward with the build. I know the guys with the AIO coolers are looking forward to doing the AIO cooler right now. But the way I build PCs, the cooler is probably like one of the last things I want to get to. Oh yeah, different camera view. Well, we're going to be working on the board because we're going to put this bracket on first before we go any further. So for the AIO cooler, we are going to put the bracket on, and now this is discretion, at your own discretion. You can peel this off and stick it to the motherboard at your own discretion. That's totally up to you. I'm not going to do it because this is a tutorial. And then we're going to take these 4 screws. I don't know all the screws that you have. I'm pretty sure that is all the screws. Okay, here, I'm going to show you what not to use for the AIO. We don't want those, and we don't want this.
Yep.
Okay.
There's probably a bag labeled Intel LGA 151X.
Right, and there's also an LGA 2011 here. So we're not doing 2011. So the big difference here is this is like an M4 screw, and that is not. What is that? 632nd?
I think so. I don't remember.
Yeah, I think so. So you don't want to use those ones. And these belong to somebody else. We don't know who, but they don't belong to us. So don't use those. So we need these guys here. And the weird thing is normally Cooling Master sends little plastic. Well, these usually have like a little sticker.
Washer?
Yeah, washers stuck to them.
Oh, we don't have another one.
No, we don't. Huh, okay. Can anybody chime in here for me that's got the Cooler Master AIO? I mean, I'll go look it up online real quick. It's not a big deal. But usually the Cooler Master sends these with these standoffs because they're going to make contact with your motherboard a little bit, not a lot, because even if I wrench this all the way down, it won't bottom out. But they usually have like a little plastic or paper washer there. But maybe they decided not to do that anymore. I don't know. So anyways, you're just going to take those and screw those in.
It doesn't matter which side.
No, they're the same. Same thread on both sides. Okay, so that one's done.
So if you have washers, use them.
If you don't, do what I'm doing. Don't use them. You want to do that one? Okay, and the reason I'm doing this now is just because it's out of the case. It's easier. I mean, the case has a big cutout behind the motherboard, so it wouldn't be hard to do it later if you wanted to do it later. All right, so now what we're going to do is we're going to put the motherboard aside because we need to prepare the case because the case has to have a couple things done to it. For one, whoever's using AIO, depending on where you put the AIO cooler, the actual radiator and fan, it will determine. It will depend on if there's a fan there, if you need to remove it or not, so on and so forth. I told you it's going to be longer than an hour. Right? Did I call that? I said 4 hours. That was my guess, everybody. 4 hours.
All-nighter. Where's my Red Bull?
All-nighter. Yeah, there's no Red Bull. We'll have to go take a break and get some. All right, so I'm going to take this camera and point this one back up. I'm going to go ahead and switch over to 4, I guess. No, I'll go to the 4 view. And then I'll bring this up a little bit. Johnny's grabbing the case, pulling it into the shot here. I'm going to move this guy out of the way for now. I can actually just lay it down because... So I'm going to show a couple things from the top view. I'll actually bring this camera over. Okay, so a couple things that I would do for starters. So we're going to be using the AIO, so that's why this fan is not installed. We took the fan out. Normally I put my AIO on the top, but since it has 2 matching fans up there, I figured we would just go ahead and put the AIO on the back here. I've seen a lot of the single fan AIOs installed on the back, and they work well there. There's no problems. There's really no difference between the top or the back. So we're pulling this out, but if you're using the air cooler, you leave this in.
Yeah, and to pull it out, there'll be 4 screws in the back.
Yeah.
And you just unscrew it, and the fan will fall out.
Or you can be holding the fan so it doesn't fall out.
There's nothing in here that's gonna.
No, there's nothing in here to get hurt right now. Okay, so another thing is I'm not sure if this case came with the standoffs pre-installed, but if it did not, what you need to do is go through and put these standoffs where it says What does it say there? ATX or AM1 or something? I don't know. It's got some wording there. But anyways, there's 3 across. Whoops. There's 3 across the top here. 1 here, 1 here, 1 here. Same thing. 1 here, 1 here, 1 here, and then 2. 1 here and 1 there.
Oh,
there's the listing. At the same time, we both saw it. Yeah. It actually tells you here. So you're doing micro ATX M. So, and then what I would do is take these wires. Me and Johnny both saw this, so we're going to pull them out of the grommet there.
And then we're going to route them differently.
Yeah, we're trying to help you get ahead of the curve here. And you need to pull them back out of there and run them back. So there's actually a hole. Let me turn the camera. I don't know how well you can see. There's a spot up in here that is a lot more designed for these wires. So I know when they ship the... Here, I'm going to go ahead and help you, Johnny. When they ship these cases, a lot of times they'll tuck them into the case and they won't actually pre-route everything for you. So we're going to try to... Can you get that? That's that one. There's that. Whoop. Fell back. I'm trying to keep it in view for the camera too at the same time. You see it? Okay, you guys get the idea, right? Johnny will continue to fight that sucker. So that's mostly just to be able to help you with wire management later on. So that way your wires will, you can make your wires a lot cleaner and stuff. Where did you put this guy? Oh, okay. Oh. So doing stuff like this now while there's nothing in here makes life a lot easier for the end result, and it'll make a better PC build for you. It'll look a lot cleaner. Things will be easier to manage and get squared away. Doesn't want to go in there or what?
We got it looped inside.
Oh, I knew that 4 hands was a bad idea for that.
But it'll work.
You got it? Okay. I was just checking the chat. Let's see here. Thanks, Daniel. All right. How are we doing, boss? Oh, look, and then he even put it into the little wire clip thing. So there's another one here, but we'll use it later. So then you also have these little guys here, these Velcro straps that you can actually do some wire management later. We're not going to do it right now. Huh? Oh, maybe they can't see it. Yeah, they have these little Velcro straps for helping with wire management. And you can also use zip ties or whatever. So, all right. So now that we've done some preparation on the case, here's a little bit more preparation that you need to do. You need to put your I/O bracket, I/O shield, whatever you want to call it, but it is not a brace. Once again, that's a troll. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. It's going to go in here, and the easiest way to tell how it goes, how it's installed. Well, for one, this one makes it easy. It actually has play harder, so your PC stands this way. They're probably not going to give it to you upside down. The easiest way to tell for future is audio. Most audio is always toward the bottom here. Maybe not all, but you can always look at your motherboard. And it should just click in there. You should hear,
if you push at the corners.
It usually just pops right in. And then you can go back around and double check. But that's it. That's it for that. So, I'm trying to remember my directions. I think for the most part, that's all the prep work on the case that we need to do at this point. So if you had like SSDs or hard drives, stuff like that, you could actually mount them now. Like this case has a couple hard drive trays, and you could also mount SSDs in here. You know, for 3.5, so it could go there. And if you had a 5 1/4, whatever, fan controller or something like that, you could mount all that stuff now. So we're gonna go ahead and put the motherboard in, which should be pretty straightforward. Because once we get the motherboard in, then we can actually run these wires to the proper locations where they need to go before we go too much further, and then we can actually start zip tying those in and get them a little bit wire managed before we get too far. So for the most part, I usually grab the motherboard by the edge here. I try not. One of the key things, like Johnny was saying earlier, the less PCB you touch, the better off you are. The reason I say that is you never know. Static electricity is the enemy for PCB and computer components. So if you like your RAM modules, if they have heat sinks on them, grab them by the metal. You know, you don't have to put your fingers on the PCB at all. But the motherboard, sometimes it's hard to avoid it. So I usually like to grab it. I put my thumb across the RAM slots and sometimes underneath like that. But you can't always do that. And then I just kind of come in at an angle here. Yeah, I know it's in an awkward position from where I'm at.
Yeah, I don't know if they're going to be able to see it.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be able to see that. I could do the... So... No, I'm up top. So I'm just coming in at an angle, and I line up, since this has this big,
Wi-Fi.
Yeah, this big Wi-Fi thing. I was gonna call it like a red cone, you know, or a big yellow bus.
Was that popped out?
Yeah, it was. That one was popped out already. And you have to pop that out. I better mention that, huh?
I don't know if it was originally popped out.
So I don't know. Here, I'll pop this out so I can show you. I don't know if this your bracket actually comes with this piece popped out already. You see how there's a shiny spot here? That's for like I want to say one's Bluetooth and one's wireless. So I'm guessing this has a Wi-Fi or it has a Bluetooth, one or the other on it. I didn't read the manual. One of them needs to be popped out, so it's going to be the one on the right if you're looking at the wording. Correct orientation. So then you're going to take the Wi-Fi Bluetooth module, whatever it might be, and you're going to line that up with the correct hole. Then the motherboard should just sit right squared up, and you can check all your screw holes here. Everything looks good. Everything's lined up. So we're going to grab some screws and put the couple screws in there. Usually the way I do it is I'll just start a screw. So I'm going to pick one, doesn't matter which one, and I'm just going to slightly screw it in. I'm not screwing it all the way in, and there's a reason, because I want all the screw holes to line up before I tighten anything down.
Yeah, you might need to shift the motherboard around to get all the screws to line up.
As you can see, I grab the motherboard every time that I'm doing this, and the reason being is just what Johnny just said. Because what happens is your I/O shield creates a little resistance for the board, so it's pushing it back. You wanna... I feel like you're doing all the work today, Johnny. What's going on?
I do this as a living just like you.
You took center stage.
No, this isn't.
What? Oh, my bad. Did I give you the wrong one?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Here you go. We got a couple different screws going on over here. A little pile of mess. What was that?
What?
I just heard
Did
something.
somebody have a question?
Oh, yeah. Somebody's chiming in, I think. Any questions?
Where are you finding the screws?
Oh, that's a good question, actually. So your case should have came with a bag. I'm totally sorry. We totally skipped that. So here's the bag. I'm assuming this is the bag that comes with your case. And it has the manual in it. And inside it also has a bunch of screws. I guess we should have pulled that one out and looked to see how it came packaged. I would have known.
They were labeled.
Yeah, so the screws, yeah, this is going to be the fun part, explaining the different threads and stuff, right?
The head's different.
Are they? Yeah, okay, so I'm going to kind of give you a quick walkthrough tutorial on the different types of screws in PCs and such. Where are we at? 3? Yeah. Okay, I'll set it down because I won't be able to hold it. Okay, so this one is like I call this a Phillips head with a lip. I call it the lip fill. That's actually how I labeled them in my drawer out there, lip fill, because it's a Phillips head with a lip on it.
It kind of looks like it has a washer already.
Yeah, it looks like it has a built-in washer. The difference between this Phillips is that it doesn't have it. This one actually has like you can use a flathead or a Phillips on it. So the big difference between these two screws is one is metric and one is not. Well, I don't even know what that one is actually. That one's for plastic. Maybe. Yeah, it's plastic thread. So the two common threads are 632nd and M3. Those are the two most common threads used in the PC industry. And basically, I'm going to give you a quick tutorial on the screws. The metric screw is most commonly used in SSDs, small form factor hard drives, optical drives, or 5 1/4 bay devices. And then sometimes, depending on the case manufacturer, they use them for the motherboard standoffs. Everything else, like 99% of everything else, uses the standard 632nd screw. Your power supplies, your 3.5-inch hard drives, your I/O ports on the back to hold your video cards in right here. These little I/O covers are usually 632nd. Sometimes they're metric, but hardly ever. Your case door, the screws that hold the door to the case in. Okay, so those are the most common screws used. The last but not least, we don't even have one, is a fan screw. No, there's no fan screw here. So.
Oh, in the.
No, it's all right. Well, the fan screw has big threads in it. That's how you tell the difference. If you look at these two screws, like this is 632nd, it's very coarse. Oh wait, I'm not even close. That's a very coarse thread versus this one. Can you see that clearly? My eyes are bad, so I can't tell. Can you guys? Oh, you're wearing glasses. Yeah, Johnny's eyes are even better. Can you guys see the difference in the threads there? Anybody? All right, moving on.
We could see them.
Okay, cool. So metric has a very fine thread. Standard, not so much. And then you have what they call a plastic style screw, which it's even more coarse. It looks like a corkscrew kind of thing. It's for going into plastic. So I don't know why there's so many of these in here. I have no idea what they go into.
Is everybody working on getting their motherboard screwed down?
I'll take that as a yes.
All right, well, I'll do the final tightening of them since we have them all partially screwed down and the board seems secure in its place. We'll go ahead and tighten them all down.
And you could even do one of these numbers where I push against it a little bit. Oh, yeah, sorry, wrong camera. We'll go back to 2. I'll usually, when I go to start tightening them down, I push them over a little bit so that way the first screw that I tighten down is centered and most of the other ones look like they're centered. And what I mean centered is there's like a little circle there around that hole. So if you can center your screw in that hole, then it's more than likely not going to be rubbing up against the edges of the PCB. I know some companies like to run power leads and traces right next to the holes, which is crazy, especially on video cards, right?
Up here, the audio is pretty darn close.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Cool. So now that that's done,
is everybody caught up? We ready to go on? Are we still live?
Did
I'm
we
not hearing
lose
anything.
Did we lose the mic? Yeah, we're still live.
Okay.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I'm not hearing anything.
Yeah. You hear now, right?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah,
Can you hear
you've been
Katie
fine.
and them talking? Oh, Johnny can't hear anything right now. His phone must have died or something.
How are the participants doing? Are you guys along? Are you caught up or?
Where have you been?
Me?
I was just kidding. No,
I'm
I
watching
think we're caught up because I'm taking silence as a yes. We're asking questions. Everybody good? Everybody got the board in? Is everybody at the same spot we are? And if we don't get any answers, then
Yeah, I think there's a question. Someone wants to know who needs to mount the motherboard since the one they're talking about is the. Oh, okay. So you've already mounted the motherboard?
yes, we did. We just mounted it. You talking to me, Katie?
Yes, I was.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Okay, yes. We just mounted the motherboard, and we were asking for clarification if anybody had any questions and if they're at the same stage we are right now. I guess that means yes. All right, so where are we at, Johnny? We're gonna move on to the a little bit of wire management. The reason I do this is because let me explain something for the way I build PCs. I've been doing PCs for quite some time, and I know Johnny has as well. Actually, I think Johnny's been doing them longer than I have. Now, the ticket here is to make it as easy as possible for yourself. If you have your video card in here, your memory in here, your cooler in here, whatever devices, all these extra devices, and then you're like, oh man, let's say the motherboard's a full-size motherboard all the way down here. Oh, I got to plug in my audio cable, or I need to plug in this, or I need to plug in that. It makes it very complicated for, oh, how come I don't have any mic? Can you guys hear me?
In Discord.
Yeah, we can hear you.
So for mounting the motherboard, it's the thin thread screws.
It's weird. Usually you show up green.
Yeah, it usually will show up green. He was getting some issues with his Discord. Yeah, so it's the finer looking thread screws. So it's this screw here that has it looks like it has a pre-built washer on the head. You see that? It looks like it has a washer built into the screw.
Okay.
Yeah, so you need to grab, I think 3, 6, 7, 8. You need 8 of those to screw in the motherboard. And then you can see the thread is a finer thread. Oh, I'm too high. It's a finer thread than the other one. Okay. I thought you had me scared. I was like, what's going on? Okay, it's just your phone bugged out. All right, where are we at? We're back to the top view. So as I was saying, I'll continue to explain this, and then I'll check with you to make sure you got the board all completely installed, and then we'll move forward. So I like to be able to not have to jump around a bunch of obstacles. So if I can get all of the, yeah, they can't see me. I don't need to talk to that one. I'm kind of doing the hand movement thing, I'm the hand talker today. So I like to plug everything that I can in, especially all these bottom headers down here. You got your audio header, USB 3.0 header, and the power button, reset, hard drive, whatever, those kind of headers. I would like to plug all that in right now because there's less stuff for me to have to worry about. And it drives me nuts when I have 50,000 wires hanging out the back of the PC, and then I decide to do wire management. It makes it even more complicated because it's very discouraging. If you tackle this a little bit at a time, then it's not so bad. So I'm going to stand the case up, and we're going to work on some of the wire management. Actually, I could just flip it over since our motherboard is already installed here. I'm going to flip it over just like that. Johnny already kind of, no, we're still up here, aren't we? Yeah. Johnny already kind of tied these in here, so we'll leave those alone for right now. But as I pointed out, there was a USB 3 header, so I'm going to go ahead and stuff this guy through here. And it doesn't matter, you can stuff the whole thing through there right now. That doesn't matter. And then we got a H2 audio, so I'm going to put that one through there because I know audio's in this bottom corner on most motherboards. And then we have a USB one. USB is kind of in the middle somewhere, so I'm going to just put that one right through there. These guys here, you got hard drive LED, power LED, reset button, and power button. So those will probably be right here in this corner of the motherboard. Not very many. I think MSI or somebody puts them in some weird spots sometimes. Okay, so now that I've already stuck those through there like that, look, it already looks cleaner, you know? I mean, it's not perfect, but yeah, it's better. All right, so how are you on your motherboard there?
So Lee, we have a question. If it was worth it to use extender cords?
Extension cables?
No, the question it says, is it worth it to use extender cords?
For what?
I think it would only make a difference if when you were running your cables and you saw that one was going to be too short to get an extension for that one. But to have them on hand, usually the cables are long enough to reach anywhere on the motherboard.
Yeah. Are they referring to extensions for your PSU, or are they
power
referring?
management? They're wondering about power management.
I'm confused. Extender cables for power management?
I think they're talking about the cables for that go from the power supply to the parts of the board, etc. Some
Right.
people like using things like braided cables and things like that. Not always necessarily to. Sometimes it's for length, and sometimes it's to make things look pretty.
Right. That's what I was asking. Are they talking about extension cables?
I'm pretty sure they were.
Okay. It's cool to use them if you want it to look cool, but a lot of times this just adds that much more cable into your system. So if you have a really small system, it can complicate things. I prefer to use the fully sleeve kit, but they are a bit costly. So using these, it's fine. I mean, you can use them, you know.
But like stickers on your car, doesn't it make it faster?
No, it doesn't make it any faster. It just looks cool. This is totally for aesthetics, but they do come in handy if, like you were saying, you had a bigger case and the power supply, let's say the EPS 8-pin wasn't long enough or whatever, and you had to get it up in here, it would work out. But yeah, so they do work and they're cool, they look good, but they serve no functional purpose except for if they're too short, your original cables. So are we good to move on here? Because I'm gonna start. Go ahead.
One more question. On the back side of the motherboard side of the case, there are two silicon hard drive caddies. If you put a HDD in there, how would you wire it since it sits on the grate when pushed all the way in?
I don't know. Let me get a hard drive and we'll find out.
Okay.
That's why I get paid the big bucks, right? Because I got all the spare parts. Let's see here. All right, so I just grabbed a basic hard drive here. We're going to find out. Because that's a pretty good question, actually. So if somebody needed to put a hard drive in here,
it'd probably be mounted like that.
It would probably have to be mounted like that, right?
Yeah, that's super tight.
That's what I'm going to find out.
Is there clearance for the cables?
Yeah. So if you put the hard drive, and you can screw the hard drive in from the bottom here, if you had a regular hard drive, and there's enough clearance. I'm going to switch to the other camera. There's enough clearance that the hard drive cables can actually plug in here. You see that? It's kind of just sitting in here. I don't even know if I have it incorrectly completely, but yeah, I'm pretty close.
It's close.
Yeah.
The back is.
So there is enough clearance, so I can actually slide this in here now, and I can still plug the wires into it on this end. I see what you're meaning, because when I first glanced at this, I thought the cables needed to be on this end, but actually that wouldn't work because this goes all the way to the PSU shroud. So you can put this in just like this, and you can put the 4 screws in the bottom here. I would definitely mount it because it feels like they might fall out. And then I'm pretty sure for an SSD, it'd be the same thing. Since that hard drive has clearance, there's an SSD bracket here, or you can put your SSDs here on the chassis itself. That was a good question. All right, any more questions? You can do this too. So basically, it's just 1, 2, 3, 4. 1 is this camera here.
Okay.
2 is the middle. 4 is always going to be that guy, and 3 is this
Okay.
guy. And this changes the view. This goes to single. That goes to. If you do that one, it looks stretched, so don't bother. It'll look all retarded. I've tried it. How are we doing there, Katie? Any more questions?
No, you're doing great, Lee. Thank you so much.
All right, thanks. All right, we're gonna move on then. We're gonna move to these wires here. So, like I said, we tucked all the wires. Yeah, we're at the top. We tucked all the wires in here. So I'm gonna go ahead and start with the most complicated one, which is always the case, power button, LEDs, blah blah blah. My eyes aren't what they used to be, so I'm gonna. Can you read the motherboard? Okay, I'll go get the magnifying glass. Oh, okay. That works too. I wear my sunglasses at night. So I got me some new headgear because I'm getting old. Well, not really, but my eyes aren't so great anymore. So, while Johnny's looking that up, I'm going to just go ahead and zoom in with my magnifying glass here. I got LED power. So I'm looking at this bank here. Yeah, that's not such a good view for them. So I'm going to go ahead and switch to 2. Oh, I mean 3. And I'm going to bring this guy up on top of here. So I got this little GoPro on a Gorilla Pod, so it actually works pretty good for a close-up. There we go. How's that look? Is that good for everybody? I'll take that as a yes. Yeah, so now we got the instruction manual in front of us. So it's on this end. So power LED and the positive is on that side? Mm-hmm. Okay, so this bank here is your front panel connections. So that's going to be your hard drive LED, your power LED, power button, and reset button. And it'll also have overheat fan fail LED. Okay, well we don't have that. Wow, Supermicro
from their
goes.
server stuff.
Yeah, that's clever. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to find our, what was it? I can't even see with this anyway. Oh yeah, I'll just roll with that. Power LED. So the power LED is usually the easiest one to find. I usually separate these a little bit. See how I'm pulling on the wire? Can you see that, or is my hand in the way? Yeah, my hand's in the way. I'm pulling on these a little bit just to separate them. And the reason I do that is it makes it easier to try to plug them in if you pull them back a little bit. I mean, you could pull them back all the way, separate them all the way back to the front of the case if you want. But okay, so now I need hard drive LED, no, power LED, like I said. So I need the first one. So this is just the way it is laid out in the case right here. So you got, could you see that? I didn't even look. Sorry.
Yeah, so there's a page in your manual that shows the layout of the connector Lee's working on.
It's on page.
It doesn't have page numbers.
Oh, that's awesome. I love page numbers. Okay, so here we go. So positive needs to go on that side. So I'm plugging this in. As you can see, I have this one's positive. in my left hand, and this one's negative with where I'm hitting with my thumb. So I'm going to grab them together like this. You can do one at a time, or you can attempt to do what I'm doing. I think somebody's laughing at me over there. All right, so then the next thing is going to be the hard drive LED. Same thing, power will be on my left side. So I got the hard drive LED, and I see the plus sign is on the right side here. So I need to roll this over so I can't see the wording. And that'll be the next one that plugs in. Next thing after that is we're going to skip 1 set, 2 set, 3 set. We're going to go all the way to the end and use the last 2 rows. So the last 2 rows, the first thing, the thing on the very end will be the ground. I'm sorry, I was reading the manual. The power switch. And honestly, in my opinion, it doesn't matter which way you plug this in, because no matter what, it will turn on and off. I guarantee you. And then the next thing would be the reset, and it's the same situation. I know it says ground and reset, but you know what? Most case manufacturers don't tell you what is the ground and what is not the ground. Okay, so we have another thing that a lot of people back in the old days used to use, and some cases do still come with it, but I'm looking on the manual here. I bet it's on the page before it.
Was everybody able to see where these get plugged in? This is kind of a hard part because it's really small to see, and the details are really kind of hard to follow along. So, everyone able to get these plugs in?
Don't be afraid to speak up. If you guys got questions, that's why we're here. That's why we're doing this. So
That's why we set up the Discord voice. So
yeah, I usually don't stream with Discord. Just so you guys know, you guys are special. We're doing this just for you.
Big Chickens, you had a question?
Yeah, can you go over it again?
Yeah, no problem. I will definitely go over it one more time. Matter of fact, I'll even make it even more interesting. I'll unplug mine.
Let's get everybody in the manual.
So is everybody in the manual? Can we get everybody to be in the manual here? This is the manual for the motherboard. And we're on, I'm going to count the pages. First page says blah, 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 standardizing warning statements. So that's page 1. Page 3 is AMI BIOS postcodes. We're not on that one. Page 5 is a picture of the motherboard, and it has some arrows on it. It says 8th gen in-core i7, i5, i3 series CPU, 1151 LGA. And then page 7 is some more stuff that we'll read some other day. And then page 8, which is on the back of the page that we'll read some other day, which is the DIMM memory installation, CPU and memory support. I'm not even in the camera here. See, so behind this one, CPU memory support, is where we need to be. Front control panel JF1. That's what we're looking at right here. That is this plug on the board. So where it says super with the big red circle on it on the heatsink, right below that is a big bank of pins.
Can you pull that? Can you pull it more into the stream? There we go. Yeah.
Pull what?
Good. There's a little delay on this, what you're saying versus the stream.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
It's okay.
That's why I do the pause for a minute, you know. I try to, because I remember trying to look at the stream, and I'm like, man, that takes forever for me to talk over there on the computer. All right, so we have this bank of connections down here where my finger is at. So that's where you're going to plug everything in. And starting from the left side, so left side would be left orientation. So I'm sorry, this is the only spot I have to put the camera actually. So this is going to be our left side. So this first one is going to be according to this. So when I look at this here, straight up and down, this is the left side. So I'm going to turn this because that is the orientation of the motherboard. Okay. Huh? Oh yeah, it's quite a delay, isn't it?
Yeah.
Holy crap! I bet if you refreshed it, it would be better. But anyways, okay. So the first thing we want is power LED. If you refresh it, you lose all the chat. By the way, too late. All right. So first thing you need to find is a power LED light. Once again, that's going to be the one that's split in two. And one of the things that I was saying earlier is I took all these wires and I separated them. You see how I kind of pull them apart, just because then it's easier to work with them. So I need the one that's the two single pins. Now the positive is going to be on my left side of row of pins. I'm looking at it like this because I'm standing on this end, that end. Okay. So I'm going to take the positive and the negative. This is the negative in my right hand. I'm going to plug those two into this end set of pins here. Just like that. I'm going to show you close up. So that's on the, whoops, let's go that way. On the end set of pins here. You see that? All right. And we're going to try this again.
Let everybody catch up.
Yeah, because I got to because they're hearing me live versus the video is delayed.
So everybody got that first set of pins in?
Big Chickens, were you able to get that set of pins in?
Well, so yeah, I came over to Katie's house recently because my chassis was completely destroyed by a forklift. So I have like a different case and all that stuff. So I have like different connectors and all that. So
Okay, so look, then what case do you have? Do you know?
I have a super micro one. Case thing should be around here somewhere.
Okay, well I don't know the super micro cases, so I can't help you there.
We can come and grab that one.
What connectors do you have? Can you tell me and I'll tell you where to go?
I have one that like it's for the power, and then I have a USB, and then I have two for fans. I don't have any RGB or LED ones.
Oh, okay. So you don't have the hard drive LED, you don't have the reset button, you don't have the power LED.
So I do have a reset button. I'm pretty sure it's connected to the power button though.
Yeah, and we've got tech support heading over there right now.
Oh, okay. Well, hey.
Yeah.
All right. So here, look. Just for everybody else here, let me connect in this other one. So the next one would be the hard drive LED, and then I'll kind of talk to. What was your name again?
Hey, Katie, is that the same super micro that I have?
Okay. Well. So the next one will be the hard drive LED, which is the positive needs to be on the left side. So I'm going to turn that over, and that'll go in right next to the last plug. Just like that. Who was I talking to? Big Chickens. So Big Chickens. So for your case, all you're going to be using is this very end one, I'm sure. If you only have one plug, it'll go on the very end.
I have Gary over here with me right now. He's helping.
Oh, okay. And then the USB for yours is going to plug into the. You don't have a USB header on this board? Let's see.
I think there is one.
That's a COM port. You don't want to plug it into there. This might nope. Is that an audio plug there? Wait a minute. No, this doesn't have USB 2.0. Where? Over there on the side?
It's a little to the left.
Oh, I'm sorry. The wires are covering. That's why I don't see it. I'm like, wait, where's the USB? So yeah, so your USB plugs in right there, right next to this plug that we're working with right now, actually. Right, like so. I'll go back over that one. So I'm going to finish this up. So then next thing we're going to do is our reset button. So to make life easier, because this whole front panel connection on the Super Micro board You don't use a lot of the pins there. I don't know. So what I want to do is I want to.
Somebody's just laughing.
So you're gonna take the power
That's
switch.
the box that it came with, and it didn't. I don't think it had like a thing in it.
Hey, Big Chickens,
yeah,
you're not muted.
By the way.
Oh, my bad.
It's
Yeah.
all right. I was waiting for a question. That's why I paused. All right. So instead of trying to mess with these inner ones, I'm going to make life easy. I'm going to actually skip to the power switch. And that one goes on the very end. It doesn't matter which way you plug it in, as long as it is left to right orientation, meaning it's the 2 pins on the end, just like that. Okay, I'm trying to let the video catch up. The next thing we're going to do is the reset button, and that'll finish off these plugs. So reset button goes right next to the power switch, and it doesn't matter, same thing for that one, doesn't matter which way it goes, as long as it's straight across like that. And I'll come back to this. Okay, so the front panel connectors for power, reset, hard drive LED, and power LED are done. Does anybody have any questions about that? Because those are the hardest ones.
Yeah, everything gets easier.
Yeah. Everything else is pretty straightforward because it only plugs in one way. Any questions? Any takers?
Were you able to get those in? Oh, I don't see him here anymore.
Who?
I don't see Mazer. I'll go check for him.
Yeah, he's not in here no more.
Maybe instead of muting, he dropped.
No. Chickens is still here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the other guy, Mazer. I don't see Mazer in here. What's going on out front? Sorry, I got my video cameras. There's some culprits in the parking lot doing something.
Sounded like somebody came in. Was David here or something?
Did you lock the front door? Did you go up front?
The front door's locked 20 minutes ago when I went out there.
Oh yeah, he's. I don't know if he's here right now. I can't really see. All right, so I'm gonna move along, unless there's a question. All right, so I'm gonna move to the USB 2.0. This is the cable that's running from the front of the case. This is a USB 2.0 here, and as you can see here, it's got 5 pins on one side and 4 on the other. And one of those, it's technically a 10-pin connector, but one of those pins is blocked off. There's a reason. On the motherboard.
Looks like the stream might be on a Be Right Back screen. Oh, there it goes. Sorry.
How do we get it on
Delay.
a B-Rock? Oh, is there just a delay? Because yeah, we're not on.
You're good.
Okay. All right, so there's this empty pin here. If you look on the motherboard, for this connector here, right next to the front panel ones that we just did, there's a USB 3.4 here. It even says on the board USB 3.4. So that empty pin, the one that's blocked off, will be on this end here, away from me. Actually, I could plug this in from the other side. I'll redo that one later. Actually, no, I won't. I'm going to redo that cable, people, real quick. So instead of having it ran through, here I can actually show you. So I ran it through this end one, the end grommet, the USB 2.0, because I thought it was in the middle. So I'm going to actually take it through this one. And then I'm going to take the 3.0 connector, and I'm going to move that one over to here. The reason why is there's less wires crossing each other in the end. And then we can bring that back up. What are we like sitting on? Oh, those stupid fan connectors. Yeah, we'll bring this back up here, I think. Boop. There we go. All right, so back to USB 2.0. And then we'll do the HC audio connection. And this is also a 10 pin, but instead of it having a corner notched out, it has one of the middle ones notched out. So if you look at the motherboard connector here, the audio connector's in this corner over here. You should be able to find that on the bottom row, it's missing a pin. So that'll just connect there. All right, I'll just push that out of the way. The next thing we're going to do is I'm going to try to push some of this back so it's out of my way. I'm going to take the USB 3.0, and it's got like this little notch up top. And if you look at the USB 3.0 connection here, there's a notch in the plastic housing. All you're going to do is line those two together. And just be careful, these are very finicky pins and delicate. They do bend over easily, so make sure that you don't force this. You should be able to feel when the pins are lining up the hole, and then it should go in pretty easily. So that's it for those connections. Any questions? I'll give a pause. Yeah, it's crazy because they can hear me now, and by the time they see the video, I could be like 10 steps ahead already. I need better internet or what? Oh, William. Oh, he's like, yeah. So, hey, William, I haven't been streaming to YouTube, but today we decided we would go ahead and fire it up and multi-stream to all three platforms. By the way, people, we're streaming on Facebook, on Twitch, and on YouTube right now. I haven't been pushing much content to YouTube because what I wanted to do is record the videos and then edit them and then post them. Because my audience for YouTube was built on videos that we edited, not necessarily on live streams. So I wanted to, cater to that audience and actually do, professionally edit videos, which leaves far from a video professional right now. So as far as editing, I can't even remember. I used to use Sony Vegas and we rolled over to Adobe now. So now it's like got to relearn everything all over. All right. Any questions so far? I'm going to take that as a
Yeah, I
hello.
think folks are. I think this, Katie. I think folks are following along or getting a little extra help as needed.
Okay. That's what I've been trying to. I figured the silence means yes, we're good, right?
Yes.
Okay. So what do you want to do next, Johnny? You want your spot back over here, Johnny? Oh, we'll go to the that one, this one of those. I guess we can pull the cables back a little bit and do some zip tying on the back. So we don't really need this right now anymore. We could stand it up and then point I can turn this camera towards it. Oh, which can't here? What do you want? You want number one? There you go. There's number one. I think number one has bad lighting though. Yeah. So I'll go here. Oh, we don't have a camera there. We got this one. Doo-doo-doo. How's that? That look okay? Yeah, I guess it looks. So. I mean, it looks okay. So basically, what we're gonna do now is we're just gonna kind of go through and try to tie up some stuff and clean it up a little bit. Because you don't need all that extra slack on the outside of the the wires we just plugged in. You don't need all the extra slack in there. So I pull it back towards the back here and try to wire manage it back here. Yeah, it looks good.
I don't know, you want to get into zip tying?
No, we can just use those. That's fine.
Yeah, so just use the Velcro straps to gather up the cabling.
And this is everybody's preference. You know, you can go crazy with zip ties. I mean, I could probably put 100 zip ties back here and make this a work of art in the back. But, you know, you don't have to get too carried away. But let's say, for the most part, the more this is tidied up, the easier it is to put your side panel on, and the easier it is for you to route other cables. Because you got to remember, you got to run a 24 pin that has to go through up here. You also have to run an 8 pin up here. You got to run GPU cables to your graphics card. So if you have everything stacked on top of each other, like let's say the 24 pins right on top of this row of cables, there's a good chance you can't put the side panel on. So that's just stuff that you want to keep in mind. I think that's good. All right, so we can move along. Others will be here all day with the wire management. So I think the next thing we're going to do is we can put the power supply in and then run the cables for the power supply. Now this power supply is going to be a little complicated. I got spoiled using all these fully modular power supplies, and I know Johnny is too. So one of the tricks here is to figure out what cables you need to use. And like Johnny's doing right now, he's pulling all those cables that he needs aside. And then what we'll do is we'll take the other ones and we'll probably zip tie them into a ball or a more manageable ball, I guess you could say. Yeah, so we need at least one Molex. I don't think we need any SATA. So we can actually take the SATA and kind of tie those up. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, right? I know. I've never seen this before. This is the first time. I've never seen a daisy chained 8-pin.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. I've seen daisy chained PCIEs. This is a PCI Express right here. You can tell because it breaks away on the end. It's got the 2-pin here. And I know some people have actually tried to plug these into the 8-pin EPS, which is next to the CPU. This is not, if it doesn't go in, don't force it. Because it's the completely wrong power.
Yeah. So the
I mean, it's 12 volt, but the power layout is different. One is 12 volt on top, and one is ground, and that one has 12 volt on top, ground on the bottom, and then the other one has 12 volt on the bottom, and the ground's on top. So if you plug that in, then nowadays power supplies, at least they'll stop it for the most part, but you could fry some components.
The 4 cables we're going to need are the big long 24 pin, the one that's labeled CPU, one of the cables labeled PCIe, and then one of the other Molex cables, which has the 4.
The flat 4, yeah. Or the, yeah. Yeah, because this is a 6 and an 8. So for the 2060 version build, which is the one we're doing right now, it requires a 6 and an 8 pin for the video card. I'm assuming the 1660 Super only requires a 6 pin. Don't quote me on that, but I'll go over here and look for you.
I think it's just a 6 pin.
Yeah. So should we just you want to tie? Oh wow, we gotta tie all that away. All right. So then for the 1660 variant, for those people, it's just an 8 pin. I'm sorry.
Oh,
it's one 8 pin.
Oh, it's the Super.
Yeah, that's why. It's the regular 1660, I think, is. All right. Just wanted to show you guys that, so that way we're all. Whoops. Okay, so I guess I'll do this nasty part, right? So this is what I would do. For those of you who are not going to use a 3.5 hard drive, you can take all this excess cable and tuck it in there. Where's that coming from? Well, it's not us, right? No, it's Spencer. It's okay. All right, so you can take all this X. As soon as I start to talk, it jumps up there. You can take all the excess cable if you're not going to put a 3.5 hard drive or a big hard drive, mechanical hard drive. You can tuck it all into this little cavity here. If you plan on putting an extra hard drive, mechanical hard drive, then you will need a SATA cable, which this is the SATA. It's a flat multi-pin inside, and it looks like an L shape when you look at it. Then you can ball these up or zip tie them into a bundle and put them right next to the power supply when you tuck the power supply in here. So we're going to go the more cleaner way, I guess you could call it. I'm just going to stretch these out here, and I'm going to roll them back like that. And now I'm going to tie these into a bundle. And the reason I'm not doing all the excess cables into one bundle is because when you have multiple bundles, it's easier to tuck them away than it is to tuck one big bundle away. Don't ask why. It just works. So then I'll take this, fold it over, and I'll zip tie this one as well. Everything cool, Jay? Nobody ran off with any of our cars or anything yet? It is Stockton after all, you know. All right, so, and this is where the wire cutters come in. We never talked about the tools. Totally forgot about that. But the most common thing, and probably only thing you really have to have, is a Phillips head screwdriver. I prefer to use the longer one because then it pretty much gets anywhere that I need to. But if you don't have that, you can use just a regular one. And then I recommend using wire cutters. These are flush cutters, but you use wire cutters to cut zip ties. That's pretty much what I use for tools. You don't need any tweezers. My other troll for the.
What's all these tools?
So these, okay, so here, wait, I gotta change the camera view, right? Oh, no, we're on that camera. Oh, I've been trying to show, yeah, that's the right one. So all these extra tools that are on the wall over here, these are all things that I would probably use when I'm modding. Like, if something was making me very angry, I have a hammer over there. That'll fix everything. I have a level in case I need to level something. I have a couple socket sets, which I use for various things. Sometimes I use the socket to get a standoff out of the motherboard tray. I have this smaller screwdriver kit. It's an iFixit kit. It's very handy. It works for many things, especially taking video cards apart, putting new thermal pads, putting water blocks on, so on and so forth. If I take a case apart, I have a rivet gun up here. That's what this is. Double-sided tape, different screwdrivers, variety, a knife in case Johnny gets crazy, whatever. And a tape measure, a pen, whatever. I got all that stuff. So those are what's on the wall is my more common tools that I use for modding and building custom PCs. But for building your everyday desktop or gamer, all you really need is a Phillips head screwdriver. That's it. Honestly. So where are we at? Okay, so let's tuck that in there.
If you want to start putting that in, I'll find the 4 screws.
They were. Did you put all those in there?
Yeah.
Oh.
They were all mixed up.
Okay. So I'm going to put this in here. And all I'm going to do is I'm going to lift up the cables that we just routed. And I'm going to kind of slide the power supply in there like that. I'm going to take all these excess cables. I'll do the big bundle first. I'm going to... Huh?
Fan side down.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, you want to make sure... Please put your power supply in with the fan facing down. Unless, of course, you had a case, which we all have the same case except for one. If you had a case that was totally blocked off on the bottom, then you don't want to have the fan face down. But since we all, except for one individual, have the same case, and there's a fan grill there, we're going to go ahead and put it in with the fan face down.
Would you be able to go over what cables we need again?
Yeah, definitely. So I'll start with the biggest cable. Yeah, because you can't really see black on black here. There. Can you see that? I'll bring this one in. That's the 24 pin. You need that one, definitely. Okay?
Okay.
This is the CPU pin. It looks just like the GPU pin, so don't be deceived. The big difference is one says PCIe, one says CPU, and PCIe has a 2-pin breakaway where the 8-pin does not. If you look at the second 8-pin, which is daisy chain, and like I said earlier, I've never seen this, these two separate into 2 4-pins. That's how you know it's the CPU, even though it says CPU. But you know,
Okay.
I just don't want you to be confused by this daisy chaining. That confused me in the beginning. Okay, so you need at least the CPU, one of those, and you need this PCIe as well. Okay, we're not using the second PCIe. I have that one tied up. Then you will need a Molex. Molex is going to be this flat 4-pin with the round terminals on the inside. Okay,
Okay.
that's all you need. If you're adding a mechanical hard drive, you'll need a SATA. A SATA, unfortunately Lee already bundled all these up, is going to look like this here. That's the SATA. So we'll go ahead and slide this back in here. Throw this up on the table. All right, Johnny. Where'd you get the? Oh, yeah, you got it. So I'm gonna go ahead and.
Show which group?
I don't know where's the better lighting. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. Everybody good? We got all the same cables? Okay, moving on. The screws for the power supply. Pretty straightforward. 6/32 thread, and they have a hex head on top of them, and they're Phillips. They also look like they have a little bit of a washer underneath it, but you'll notice they have like there's an actual hex head there.
And you'll need 4.
You need 4 of them. So
Turn it so they can see it.
yeah. Lucky Johnny's here. You guys wouldn't see any of this stuff. All right, so then you're just gonna line up the screw, and I just started. I don't screw it all the way in.
And there might be several screw holes on the back of the case. You just want to find the ones that match up with the power supply.
Yeah, there's multiples. There's because the orientation, the way that most cases are nowadays, they're designed to take the power supply either way, with fan up or fan down. So with the fan down, you're gonna do the bottom 2 corners. You see this corner over here? Oh, you can barely see that. I'm sorry. Here, I'll just do this. Boop. Can you even see that? Yeah. So the bottom corner here, and then not this corner, but over. There's 2 holes here. You're going to go the one right above this switch. Okay, and then on the right side, the 4th one will be not the corner one, but the one right below it. Everybody good? Everybody following? Everybody on the same page? Moving along? Where's my Craftsman screwdriver? The big, bulky one that you can put a wrench on. It must be out there with the mod project that I was doing. All right, I'm gonna back this back up. Okay, power supply's in.
Let's route some cables.
I'm gonna run some more cables. So I'm gonna start with the big and bulky one. Most likely in the end, I'll probably have to tuck some of this over here. Bring some of this back. Bless you. I'll have to bring some of that back this way, just so that it's not going to cause a problem with all the other cables. because these have to either go over the top or behind them. So I'm going to run the 24 pin up to the very top here. Johnny's going to grab it from the other side, pull it through. Next, we're going to move to the CPU here. The one that says CPU, I'm going to stick this through up here, and I'll have Johnny pull it all the way through for now. Actually, we could use the split for, that way we'll be able to pull the other excess back. That way we don't have it hanging in there later, you know. Well, when we go to plug it in, we'll worry about it. Huh?
There's enough clearance.
Yeah, we'll be able to pull it back. So then the next thing is the PCIe. So you can do one of two things. You can run it through where his finger's at, or you can have it come through and up into the video card from the bottom. Totally up to you. We'll just run it through the top here. It doesn't. This one's easier to run it through. We'll run it through the bottom. Never mind. What's the? That's what I was trying to avoid, Johnny. You got to be careful with the rubber grommets. Sometimes what happens is the connectors will grab the grommet and pull it out. But you know, just if you can, just kind of get it back in there. Can you get it, Johnny? Almost. Here, I got it. I will take it from here. Come on, sucker. Yeah, you got to do it, I guess. Get this bottom corner. Yeah, there. Perfect. You got it. All back together. Okay. And then, so we have this excess. This is an extra one we're not using, so I'm going to go ahead and throw that in there with the other excess one. But at least these are zip tied together, so if you have to pull them out and, you know, use one later, it'll be easier to get to them instead of having to fight a tangled mess coming out. That's one of the other reasons why I zip tie those together. So this guy here, the Molex, it's going to plug into all these fans. So you got all these, Zalman is using Molex connectors for all their fans. So there's two on the front and two up top. Okay.
Except for the people doing the air cooler.
Okay, so if you're using the air cooler, the fan that comes with the air cooler, I'm confused by this. This one goes on the back here. We took it out because we're going to be putting the AIO in here. This one has a 3-pin fan header on it. I'm a little confused why there's Molex here and there's 3-pin fan header here, but whatever. So it's probably because a lot of motherboards, depending on your budget, if you have a very high budget, then obviously you'll have a lot of fan headers on the motherboard. If you don't have a lot of money for a motherboard, it might only have 2 or 3 headers. So that explains why they have these, because then you can still plug them into the power supply. So on the if you're using the air cooler and you have the fan, you can just take this cable and plug it in right here. There's the fan header. And it's just a 3-pin going into a 4-pin connection. You see there's like a little guide in this connector. That guide lines up with this piece of plastic that's on this connector. So it'll be the right 3 pins is what you're plugging into. Everybody following?
Yeah, so if you're using the air cooler, you can go ahead and plug that in now. Okay.
Yeah, I guess. I'm not getting any questions or concerns, so I guess
Can you
yes.
do it one more? Can you do it one more time, Lee? Because there is just a little bit of delay. So what you did, and then go one more time, just so that the people can watch again.
Bing bong. What did she say?
Bing.
She turned into a robot. I heard you say you want me to do it one more time?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, so for the people that have the air cooler, you have this fan installed in the back. We pulled it out for the...
Would you be able to go over the fans again?
Which part of the fans?
I think
This
he's talking
part?
about the Molex.
Okay, well we're not done with the Molex part of the fans yet. We're gonna, once I get this taken care of and out of the way, we're gonna move back to the Molex ones.
Yeah.
The top 2 and the front 2. We'll move back to that.
Is that the fan that you have, 9 T-bone?
This one would be normally here.
9 T-Bone, is that the fan that you have? They're muted again.
All right, so this fan comes out if you're using the AIO.
Well, no, I took it out because I have the AIO.
Okay, cool. Then you don't need this fan. Just save it for a rainy day. Put it on your shelf, put it in a box, whatever. If you do not use the AIO, it stays in there. And you take this cable, which is a 3-pin, and it has this little groove in it, and it plugs into this 4-pin connection. But it will be orientated to the right. There's a little plastic notch there, or guide. That guide goes in between these two rails on this connector. So that means when you plug this in, it'll be on the right side of the 4 plugs. So the one on the left will not be in connection with the fan plug. Everybody got that? I could show you. This will plug directly in like that. Are you going for the flashlight? Yeah, he is. I don't know if you guys can see that or not, but it just slides right in and connects. You see, here's the connector. It goes right into, bear with me, I'm looking through the grate on the back of the PC case here. And it slides right in like that. That's it. We're not using this one, so we're going to put it aside. I'm waiting for the
Catch up.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, you could switch this to 1. Yeah. All right. We're gonna come back to the fans on the back. Everybody good?
Yeah, I think that was better. Thank you.
No problem. All right. We're gonna move on. So now we have these. We have all the Molex connectors for the fans on the back here. Basically 12-volt power dedicated to these guys. So I'm just going to take these 2 that are up top and the first connector on my Molex. I'm going to go ahead and just plug them into that. 1 there, and then I'm just going to daisy chain this one to that one. Those 2 are done. Next, I'll move along. I'm going to take the next 2. And I'll just connect them. It doesn't matter. You can connect it to the second one in line or the end. But obviously this is a floppy connection here, so not a lot of things use that anymore. But some things do. So we're going to go ahead and plug these 2 into each other, just like that, daisy chain. Sometimes and these Molex connections are very finicky. So I think I hear that slightly. They're very finicky, and sometimes they'll give you a headache trying to put them together. So just have patience, because if you do like I do sometimes, you end up breaking the Molex pins and they pop out of the connections. They won't on these, but you never know.
Yeah.
I found that if you just grab them by the wire instead of the connections, you push them together, they seem to line up a little bit better sometimes. All right, so we good there?
Yep.
All right, cool. So now I'm going to take them like I just did, and I brought them together like that. And the reason I did that is because I'm going to put a zip tie on that, because I don't want that mess falling out of the computer when I try to put the door on there.
If they don't have zip ties, is there someplace to tuck it?
I'm sure the case came with zip ties, but I didn't see any. I think there were, because I cut a bunch of zip ties out of here. Because
Power supply might have.
No, Gary did a pre-build in this.
Okay.
And he zip tied some of the stuff, and I cut them all out. So, all right. So I'm going to take a zip tie. I'm hoping that your case came with zip ties. If not, the nearest hardware store has some. They're available. They're easy. and they're awesome. So, or Amazon, you know, wherever. You can still go to the hardware store. Lowe's, and I've been going to Lowe's every once in a while to get parts and stuff.
I think mine closed at 6.
Oh, I didn't mean. Oh, yeah. Right now? Yeah. Sorry. Come back to that. Do it tomorrow.
Magoo626.
What's up, Matt?
With the Twitch Prime.
Oh, awesome. That's Matthew. That's the old intern. I still call him the intern, but he's far past interning. All right, so now I'm going to take this guy, and there's a little nub right here. It's actually for wire management. It's a zip tie stuff too. I'm going to go ahead and tie this to that. That way it doesn't keep falling out over here. And I'm not going to tie it all the way down yet because I'm just keeping it right there. I'll wrench it down later. All right, so we're good there. So I'm going to go ahead and turn this back around and lay it down. 2. All right, so the next thing we're going to do now is we're going to plug these guys in. So we need to get this 8-pin is one of my biggest concerns about when you do an air cooler is to plug it in. So I want to plug the one that says I'm going to plug in. You can plug in either one of these, okay? Either of these two can get plugged in. But if you plug this one in, you got to make sure that it's together. I'm going to plug in this end because then I can put this behind the motherboard instead of it being in the front here. Oh, this is not together. There it is. So I'm going to plug it in just like that. And it should make a clicking noise. Oh, and the clip goes this way on this side, the clip down. So, yeah, good luck getting it out. So the clip will be facing the bottom of the motherboard. So it's not at the top. It's facing inward on the board. That make sense? I should probably just, yeah, switch that. So here's the clip. It'll be facing this way. And the easiest way to tell is if you try to put this in this way, it won't go in. And yeah, not going to go in. And you can also just feel, you can feel the connection on the motherboard or the video card. They have an edge here, and that edge is for these clips to hook over to keep them in, locked in place. So there, that one's in. Then I'll take the 24 pin. I'll give it a little tweak here. I'll bend it. Same thing. This clip actually goes outward. So there's the edge here. And you shouldn't have to force it. I mean, it does take a little bit of pressure to put it in, but it shouldn't be to the point where you end up breaking the motherboard. Yeah. Okay, so now we're going to move to the cooler. This will probably be the last thing we plug in, and the reason being is the video card's a big obstacle, and I don't want it in here right now. So we're going to get the cooler in here. Memory? No, the reason I don't do memory before is because when I'm trying to screw things in, I always end up bumping into the memory, and I'm always paranoid that I'm going to break the memory. And remember back in the day when we had to buy DDR4 when it first came out, and it was like astronomically expensive? Yeah, that's one of the reasons. Okay, so moving along here, we're going to get to the cooler. But just one quick thing, I'm going to grab the 8-pin. What are we looking at? Yeah. I'm going to pull the excess. Oh, no, that's the front. Yeah, can you switch it? So I'm pulling the excess of the 8-pin back out, like I said I was going to do. And I'm going to try to get the twist out of it. There we go. So there. So now I have this connector back here, and I can actually tuck this probably up into this little channel that's here. Yeah. I'll actually tuck it all along this edge. I don't even have to really do a zip tie on that. should be able to fold that ribbon over. Why it's being so difficult. There. Oh, this one's being a pain in the butt.
Dan Manco says, put the ram in first, silly.
Dan Manco?
Yeah.
Looks like a... You see?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right. I don't know what happened there. It might have been me trying to do the tuck and roll in this corner. So I'm just kind of tucking the cable in here. Just be careful when you do it. I think I nicked the cable, but it's fine. There. Okay, so that's just kind of tucked away. The 24 pin, it's fine. You don't really have to push it back through too much because right now you can see it's kind of resting in a decent position. All right, so now we're going to do the cooler. Yeah, so we have a little bit of assembly to do on the cooler. I'll go ahead and move that over there, I guess. So for the cooler, you kind of want to figure out the orientation, how it's going to go. I don't think there's a wrong way. Meaning, this could be this way, this could be this way. I'm pretty sure that it works either way. So I would do, yeah, that's probably the best view because I'm going to. So what I would do is kind of set it up here and see how it's going to go for you. This looks like the best orientation for us. And it keeps the cooler in the right orientation as well. And if I look closely at this, these end hoses, they don't obstruct the ram slots, so that works for me. And it puts the wires at the top, which makes life for wire management a little bit easier. So with that figured out, next thing would be this, the fan. So it's got two cables on it, and neither of the cables are going to be fun. So what I want to do is I will probably take the fan wire and run it around, and of course it won't, whoop, that's the wrong one. The fan wire, run it around like this, and it's not long enough like that. So I'll probably end up bringing it across here and back and zip tying it if I can. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm trying to figure out the wire management for it, so I think for the most part I'll put this like that. Just like this. And we'll go ahead and screw that in. And then the screws are pretty simple. They're the long screw with a Phillips on it and a big thumb knurl at the top, 6/32. And you can just do it by hand. You don't even have to wrench these down. Thank you. I think the AC turned off. All right, so the next thing we want to do is this. You have to mount this cooler to the case. So the screws for that are going to be this. Obviously, the ones that are the only other screws that should be left in the box package of screws. And then you have also these, which are the thumb style screw. This is what attaches the cooler to the board. So
for the AIO.
For the AIO only. So I'm going to go ahead and take this guy here. I'm going to run the fan wire down here. but I'm going to run that up through there. So I'm going to take.
Turn the case so they can see.
It's no, because I'm just showing them where
The cable he routed out the same place as
the A
CPU
pin.
power cables.
Yeah, and it's the RGB cable I ran out here. So now I'm going to put this up here. I'm going to grab the screwdriver, and this is the time you want a magnetic screwdriver, and preferably probably that one. And all you got to do is start it. Once it's started, you're good. That's the hardest part. Get one screw in there. Is there a reason they didn't have this?
Yeah, flip it over.
No, it's like hitting something. I don't know what. I can't possibly see why it would be hitting anything though. No, it's fine. It's all right. It lines up. It's just the angle. I think I was looking at it. So you want to just screw these down. You don't have to wrench them down, but just make sure they're tight. It's not going to fall out on you. Okay. Now you don't want this just dangling in here. Normally I would lay this down, but if I do, then this is going to probably bang something up on the motherboard. So what I would normally do is I would try to grab the cooler, and if you can find a comfortable spot for it to like hang outside the case, then you can lay it down, because then it's not going to just bounce around on top of your motherboard or something. See how it's resting on, yeah, it's resting over the edge here. And you don't want to put a bunch of kink on these hoses, because you could possibly, I mean, this is plastic. It could possibly break it off or something like that. You don't want to do that. So now we're at the point where we need to put thermal paste on. And since we're at that point, we're going to go ahead and peel this off. All right, so now we're ready for thermal paste. And I need a break. I gotta use the bathroom real quick. You want to take over for a minute? Should we talk about the whole alcohol cleaning, some kind of...
Do you think they have those supplied?
Well, you put your finger on that, so there's oil on there, right?
Well, I did, yeah.
But they could have alcohol wipes, right? Even
so what Leet's talking about it is with us touching the CPU or the IHS of the CPU, the cover, we're leaving little deposits of oil on there, and it could cause some really minor. The chances are pretty small that it would affect the thermal material we're putting on there. So if you have something like a alcohol wipe or anything like that, that would be something you could use to clean it.
I'll be right back.
So I am going to grab.
Yeah, I was going to get you the alcohol.
A little bit of my hand sanitizer. Because it'll essentially do the same thing. And clean off the top.
Oh, did you use oh yeah, it's got alcohol in it.
So
yeah, I mostly use 90% alcohol because it does the job, but what Johnny has is just as sufficient. I'll be right back.
Yeah. So in both the air cooler and the AIO, there's a small tube or a packet of the thermal interface material, or TIM. I'm going to go ahead and use the little syringe. I'm going to go ahead and open the top. And there's a lot of different techniques for how you put Tim. And what I like to do is put a little bit in the center and one in each corner, a little dot in each corner. That way, when we screw the CPU cooler down, it'll spread out over the whole top. There are people who do X's. There are people who use like a credit card or something and smear the TIM all around the TIM or all around the IHS. But the pressure will cause the TIM to spread out. So if we grab the cooler and orient it like Lee mentioned, with the tubes on the right side and the cables on the top, go ahead and line it up with the tops of the screws and hold it down, and then grab the little thumb screws and start putting them down. You don't have to tighten them yet. We just want it to hold everything down. And I'm just tightening them down till I feel a little bit of resistance. At this point, we can do the technique that Lee mentioned, where all we do is turn each screw 3 times, or around 3 times, and move from one corner to the next corner, across and down, until the screw bottoms out and you can't tighten it anymore.
Were we supposed to put a bracket on it before? Because my screws, they're not lining up.
So this was already assembled. This was already assembled for us. Was it not in yours?
No, the brackets are not on the cooler.
Okay, let me back this off then. We did not do that. All right, so it looks like in the packaging these brackets weren't on yet, so most likely.
Dan Manco is asking if the audio feedback is messing with you.
It is for me, because I'm hearing myself talk like half a second later, and it makes it really strange, because I'm using Lee's microphone.
Okay. Yeah, he's saying the audio was delayed a bit, and it's essentially acting as a speech channel.
Yeah, I don't know if you can see.
Oh, thank you for the 100 bits, Hammer. Excellent, sir.
So in the packaging should be a little bracket like this. You're going to take that bracket and unscrew the 2 screws, put the bracket on the outside. There's a little tab to guide it. Oops.
then screw the bracket back in. And then do the same for the other side. Was everybody able to find the parts?
I have it done.
The bracket wasn't pre-installed.
Oh, so you had to go over that. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
T-Bone, did that help?
All right. We can just leave that on the table. Yeah, I know it's hard for you. It's very confusing for you because you hear yourself talking.
I kept breaking my speech up.
Weird. It's the brain doesn't comprehend it. I'm gonna mute this for a second while I put it back on so it doesn't spike.
Yeah, thanks. I'm installing them right now.
Okay, cool. So you showed them how to do that. Now it's just basically here. I can hold that.
Yeah. So once you have your brackets on, then we're back to lightly tightening the thumb screws.
Oh, hold on.
Till you feel a little resistant.
Yeah, so when you tighten these, when you first put these thumb screws on here, all you're going to do is just spin them until they make contact with the metal. That's it. So now they're holding it on there, right? So then you're going to go through and you're going to give it 1, 2, 3 turns, and you're going to go caddy corner. I can't see that, so I don't want to stab the board. And you're just kind of going through and doing all of them until it bottoms out. Yeah, it doesn't have to go very far. And that's it, I guess. Does it feel like it's good? Yeah, and it feels like it's good. So next we're gonna have to cross that bridge. So I'll wait to make sure everybody's caught up.
How are we doing?
Everybody good? Any questions? Concerns?
I think
Dilemmas?
I think you want to give just a little lag because some folks are following along on the video.
Okay.
T-Bone, you got was that able to go on well for you?
Yes, thank you.
Perfect. Sounds like it's working.
Okay.
Next step. Next step.
We're almost done. Okay, so I'm gonna pull the camera back down here. We're gonna attempt to wire manage these cables for. Actually, I'll bring this back up here. Let's do this real quick since we're on the AIO trip here. Here, I'll switch you, Johnny. So you can do one of two things. You could actually use this splitter that comes with the AIO, and it's a 4-pin over here. So what they've done is they've bridged the pump and the fan together with the splitter. So I think we'll do that to make life a lot easier. I'm going to take the, I know I only ran the RGB cable out the back where the 8-pin is back here, but I'm going to go ahead and run this cable out there as well. The reason being is that it will make life it'll make it a lot cleaner and easier. So I'm going to lift this back up for a minute. I'll just go ahead and put it, yeah, it won't reach over here, I don't think. So we'll go ahead and switch to Yeah, that one. All right, so I'm going to use this cable. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take that fan wire I was talking about. I'm going to run it up here by the 8-pin out the back with the RGB cable that went out there. I'm going to take these two guys that are coming off the pump itself. I'm going to run them through the hole up at the top next to the two fans. Okay, so now you don't have any wires in there hanging about. I'm going to go ahead and turn this around so you guys will understand what this cable is. It's just basically a bridge to one header. So I'm going to take the fan, and it's going to plug, it won't plug into this one. So you can't plug it in wrong. It will plug into the 4-pin, so that's plugged in there. And then the pump itself, we're going to plug into the other one. These two guys, I want to keep them separated for right now. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this guy, and this is going to plug into the CPU fan header itself. So that
just to confirm, that's the splitter that's a 1 to 3.
It's a 1 to 2.
Because mine came with a 1 to 3.
Yours came with a 1 to 3. Do you have a 240 AIO?
That's the RGB cable.
Oh, are you talking about this? Are you talking about that? 1 to 3?
Yeah, I believe so, because that's
This
the
is for
only one that.
Oh. So you didn't get this cable?
Is it the one? Because the other cable I have.
Let me show you on the other camera. Hold on. Okay. So I'll try to do it over the light colors here. So here's this cable. It's a 1 to 3. I have these little plastic deals on them right now.
Yeah.
Okay, this is for the RGB. This is for the RGB connections. As you can see, the ends have these little 4 pins on them, right? So that's not what we're using right now.
We'll use that later.
We'll use that later. We'll cross that bridge later. The cable that I'm using is being a pain in the butt to disconnect. Dude, I can't get it out. I'm scared to grab it by the wire. There. The one we're using is this one. See, it's like a 4-pin. And then on this end, you have a 4-pin here. And then this is a 3-pin. And they bridge together to give the pump 12-volt power. Oh, actually PWM power. No, yeah, it is 12 volt.
Tack and power.
No, it's actually
Okay.
power and ground.
Did you find that other cable?
Yes.
Okay, cool. All right, so we're gonna jump back to where we're at. Glad you brought that up because that cable we'll be doing that next.
Oh,
okay.
So it's that cable. I don't think I have that cable.
So you don't have the 2 to 1 cable or the 1 to 2.
No, not that. I have a cable. I do have a cable that's a 2 to 1, except it's a 4-pin male, 4-pin female to just a really, really tiny connector.
What, this? You have this without
I only
that?
have the cable he's talking about as well. I don't see the one you guys are talking about, but I know the one he is talking about.
Hey, let me look in the manual and see if it even, because I'm pretty sure, yeah, it does show it. It's part, if you look in your instruction manual, yeah, he's referring to that. But if you look in your instruction manual, there's a part called L. What the heck is that? That's this. Yeah, yeah. You were referring to part P. I was showing you part M. We need part L. There's part L right here. That's part M, the one I was showing you that's for the RGBs. This is part P, which we were just talking about. That's the double Molex with a little tiny pin. That's this one.
Dan Manco wants to know what cooler that is.
This is the Master Liquid ML120L V2 RGB. You guys find the cable? Hopefully.
There should be enough headers to connect it without it.
Yeah, so I mean, if you can't find it, then we go back to square one. Basically, what you would do is
Finish that for the people who have it.
okay. So, how many of you don't have this cable? This 1 to 2 cable, part L.
So I have the one that, if you want to hold up the one that you just had, I have that one.
You have this one.
Here, give it a second because there's a little lag.
Yeah.
I don't have that one. It's the one to your right.
So, oh, you have this one. The one that was on the table?
Yes, I have that one.
Oh, okay, that's the one we need.
Oh, my bad. Sorry.
That's all right. That's why I was trying to get everybody to look at the manual, because in the manual it shows you all the different cables, right? Part L is the one that we're working with, which is the one we just talked about, which is the dual fan splitter. I am waiting. We're good. We're looking at the lag on my monitor to see if you guys actually saw it or not. And then the one that I was showing you is actually part P.
No, sorry, there was lag in the video. So it's the one that you held up previously to the one that I said that I have.
So you have the one I'm holding currently right now in the video, right?
Well, I mean, there's lag. The one that you're holding up to the manual, I do not have. The one that's sitting by the screwdriver, I do have.
Okay, so I'm picking up the one by the screwdriver, which is the Molex. This is the RGB connector, which in the manual is part P. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you should have part L.
I don't.
If you look at the manual.
I have part P, but I don't have part L as well.
Yeah, I don't.
Maybe I misplaced it, but I think so.
Okay, we'll just skip it. I'm just going to go ahead and install it this way, and then I'll show you guys how to install it your way for you guys. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and continue with the way I was going to install it, because this, if you guys do find it, this is a cleaner way to do it. So you would plug the fan from the radiator into the 4-pin. You would take the pump and plug that into the 3-pin. Then you would take this connection and run this through and switch to different camera. And you would plug this into the motherboard header, which is up here next to your RAM slot above the AIO. Okay, so now for the guys that don't have this connection, if I can get it to freaking connect. Can't see, that's the part of the problem. There. For the guys that don't have this connection, you're going to take the pump wire, which is, okay, can they see that? Go zoom, zoom, zoom. Wait.
Magoo wants to know if this is a sponsored deal.
It could be sponsored, Magoo. How much money you got? So there's the connection right there above the AIO next to the RAM slot. And there's the wires coming off the pump here. So you see it there. Okay. So for the guys that don't have this or misplace this plug. What you're going to do is you're going to take the 3-pin plug that comes off the pump. There's two plugs. There's an RGB plug and there's a 3-pin. You're going to take the 3-pin and plug it into this header on the board. And I'm going to wait for the video to catch up before I move ahead, because my index finger is resting against it right now. You guys
And
follow?
9 T-Bone and Jinx. If you are on the PCJ Mods Twitch channel, you have less lag than if you were on the Lanfest channel.
Just a second.
Thanks, Johnny. I should have just brought my headlamp. See, almost 3 hours already, Johnny.
We're through most of the hard stuff. You have a flashlight so I don't kill my phone?
Yeah, I got something else. That's what I was saying. I have a headlamp. Can you see that? Yeah. Right there, this plug. So this is where your 3-pin would plug in if you don't have the fan adapter.
I see that there's is it the one that's labeled CPU fan 1?
You got it.
Now, since it's only a 3-pin, what orientation should we put it in?
It can only plug in one way, so the 3 pins to the right are the ones you're going to plug into, because what happens is that left pin is actually a PWM plug, and you don't. If you tried to plug it in like that, you would be pushing. There's on the back of on the connector itself, it has a slotted area that lines up with that plastic tab that's on the actual motherboard. So like if we looked at this one. So if I move the camera, look at that one down there. Let's see. See if I get closer. So if you look at this guy, there's a plastic tab there above the pins themselves. That plastic tab lines up in the groove on the connector from the pump.
Except on CPU 1. You're lining it up to that one, not the one.
Yeah. You're gonna put it on the one over here. Sorry, I'm just showing you. This one's not. There's nothing on it right now, so I'm just using it for reference. You're plugging it in, like I said, above the AIO, which is up here. That's where you're plugging the pump in. The fan will plug into the one that's down here if you don't have that connector. And the best thing to do, honestly, is to pull the cable down, plug it in, and then maybe you can run a zip tie around it and tuck it underneath the fan here. It usually works pretty good. Yeah, I'm waiting for the video to catch up now. Oh, that's actually pretty quick. How's everybody doing? How's that? About two years ago, 10 years ago, with him supervising, he was not happy with my non-existent cable management. Ha ha ha. Law, man. It's funny. That was a long time ago, man, with Carl and.
So then the fan plugs in just above the GPU slot next to the round thing.
That is correct.
This back fan, correct. That'll plug in here.
I think he's doing that. Go ahead and pull it through.
Huh?
He's doing it now. Pull it through.
Pull it through? What do you mean?
Oh, because you were using
the I'm leaving it on the combo that we already have. I just wanted to show them, like we were talking about, for the guys that didn't have the connector. So we're not going to actually plug ours into here. You guys who don't have the connector will. And eventually, hopefully, you find that connector and you can run it the other way. It doesn't matter. It can be either way. It's perfectly fine. It's just I would do it with the connector because it's cleaner. Look, and Matt too says that's where I built my first computer. Lawman was way before you, Matt. Way before you. Yeah. That was a long time ago. That was like my shop. PC Junkie Mod's shop was in the garage across from the park.
I remember the garage.
Yeah, remember those days?
Yeah.
When there was like only one project on the table at a time because there was no room for a second project.
Mm-hmm.
It's like you have to pack up the first project to pull out the second project.
You had all that crap in your garage too.
Yeah, there was a lot of stuff there. I had all the shelves and all the extra parts, and then your normal living stuff, you know.
I remember your CNC machine sat there forever.
Yeah, because I know where to put it. Now it's just sitting down there forever. At least I've got to use it a couple times. All right, how are we doing?
Then you got to Mod sitting next to a VW. It was awesome.
Yeah. Then that's right. Remember, that's even earlier when the Volkswagen was sitting there. And now the Volkswagen's done.
All right, we ready to move on?
Yeah, Lawman says the VW wasn't even running then. Nope. Didn't even have a motor back then. Everybody good? We good to move on?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Sounds like a plan. And how are these cameras working out for everybody? Everybody good with the camera views and stuff like that? Lighting's okay? Comments, concerns, suggestion box. Hey, there's an idea. All right, so we're gonna move on to the RGB nightmare mess that we're gonna get into. So here's the kicker. You know, when you want to add cool stuff to your computer like RGB lights, RGB fans, it always comes with a downfall. That downfall is going to be more wires. So that makes it more complicated to get everything plugged in and tucked away. So I wonder why they didn't have a third one of those. You would think.
There's only two things to plug in right now.
Right, but you don't want to just leave this hanging out. Because if it grounds out on the chassis, what happens? Up in smoke. Cheech and Chong.
I don't know. There could have been a third one.
I don't know. Okay, so I'm gonna put. Here's a little control. You got two ways you can do this. You can use the controller that it comes with, or technically this motherboard does have an RGB connection on it. I don't know how well the RGB software is. I've never tried it, so we're just gonna make life easy and stick with the controller for right now. So I'm plugging the little plug into the controller. Only goes in one way. And that's just going to hang out right here for right now. Then I'm going to take these guys. And I need to plug this arrow. There's a little arrow. I don't know if you can see that. See the arrow there? That means that's the power. That arrow needs to line up with the arrow on your device. Just like so. Then these little clips that Cooler Master sent, they go over the top of this. And they hold this in there. They hold them together. Now I'm going to grab the other one, which comes off the CPU cooler. I'm going to put that one together. I'm going to put this clip over here. Now I want to say that it should have came with 3 of those. Oh no, it doesn't come with 3. Wow, okay. So for my suggestion to you people is to, where is my black tape at? John Air.
No electric tape?
It's not there for some reason. I must have did something with it. Let me grab some electrical tape. I'm looking. Here it is. A drawer full of tape. Okay, this is the most common, easiest thing. Any tape will work. It's just, I'm, I don't want it to short out. So I would take some tape. You can use electrical tape or whatever you got. You can even use heat shrink. You just want to cover up these 4 pins here. So, because we are going to hopefully power this on in the next year or so here. Oh, scissors. See, I do use some of those tools over there. Okay, so I'm just going to take a piece of tape and wrap it around here. I would think they should include the third one as well, Johnny. So I'm going to wrap it. It doesn't have to be pretty. It's just to keep it from making contact with metal. That's all it is. Since we only have 2 fans that are connecting. So then this guy here, the other end, so you have the 3-way here on my left hand and the single here. The single will plug in and it's arrow to arrow. There's an arrow on the controller. And it'll plug in directly into this controller. That's it. That's done. Now, let the fun begin. I'm just going to do a simple wire management job real quick on this because I'm not going to try to fight all this stuff. I'm going to take these here. There's a little pop out here, which is a wire management pop out or whatever for zip ties to tie to. I'm going to tie all my wires to it that are up here. Okay, you can't see it? Fine. Yeah. There. So I just put that there. I'm going to take this and run another one over here. I'm just going to follow these fan wires because they are basically at their extension here as far as they can go. Then I'll keep following these out. And I will take these and probably do just like they were and put them together. They were already bundled like this because it kind of kills all the excess stuff you have. I'll just zip tie them together. It's totally up to you, your preference, however you want to do it. I'll come through and clip all these now. Close enough. All right, and then I'll take the Molex and connect it to one of the Molexes that I already have sitting over here.
Would you be able to go back and show us where the controller plugs into?
Yes, sir. Backing up a step here. So we got the 1 to 3. This is the RGB cable. It has 4 pins on it. This is the one end in my left hand, and here's the 3 connection in my right hand. So I have the pump and the fan RGB connected, and the taped off end of the 3rd connection, so we don't ground out. This single one in my left hand will connect to that wire or that little controller. That's a little box that had the Molex. Well, it has this, connects to this little tiny plug that I showed you earlier that we were plugging in. And so you can see that. That plugs into this guy. It only plugs in one way. I'm waiting for the video to catch up. Okay, so if you look in the corner here, there's an arrow. Come on, camera or video, internet, somebody catch up to us. Yeah, there's an arrow in that corner. That arrow will line up with the arrow on this single connection. Better? Everybody good? Okay, sounds good to me. Okay, so then I ran the other end of this plug, which plugs into the controller. It has Molex to the Molex over here that we already have sitting over here, the fans. And Matt, yes, I totally agree. The only way to do RGB is through a Fade Candy, Adreno, or talk to the
Yeah,
man
and
over here. What's up?
So does the big 4-pin plug into the daisy chain for the other fans we did?
You got it.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay. And then we have one loose one.
Yeah, this guy here, the other end of it, that doesn't matter. That's just that's a different type of daisy chain. It's just so you can plug in more Molex to it, I guess. All right, so we're gonna move along. So my thing here is how you want to do your RGB connection, because this is a little controller, right? So this is where it gets a little tricky, because if you want to be able to access this, you would most likely either have to run it to the outside of the case, which is not convenient, or you would have to pull off your side panel or something to get to it. So that's totally however you want to do it. Right now we're just hooking it up so we can show you everything's working. I'm going to actually run it through here where the GPU cable runs through, because I have plenty of slack on it, and I'm going to push it out underneath there so that way we can access it from the graphics card side. Okay, so you'll see it's sitting over here somewhere. I can't quite reach it. There it is. Okay, and we did that for convenience to be able to access it later, because once you close the back panel on your computer, you're usually not going to open it up again. Okay, so let's get down to the nitty gritty. We're pretty much done here. So I'm going to go lay this down. I'm going to bring in the, either one doesn't work. Or one doesn't matter, I guess. I'll bring this guy in. Give it a little view. So like I was saying, I brought this RGB cable in here. I'll go ahead and actually put a zip tie on it. So it's just kind of a dongle hanging here now instead of a bunch of wires. There, that's fine. So now you can actually pull this side panel off and easily access this and change it to your liking. And once you get it to your liking, put the panel back on. Or you could redo that whole wiring, run it over here, and run it out of one of these PCIe slots in the back here. You know, totally up to you. All right, so the next thing that I'd probably do here is, this is where we're getting down to the final stages, and that'll be RAM, SSD, or M.2, and graphics card. So the first thing I'd probably do out of the three is, you can do it either way, it doesn't really matter, but I'm going to go for M.2, and being that I've never done this motherboard before, because most of them are pretty much all the same, but this motherboard,
You just pull it up.
oh wow, this one's really easy. So it's just got a, oh, you got to switch back to the other one. This has got a little pin that I just pulled out of the board here. I'll put it back so you guys can see the round thing you were talking about earlier. Let me bring the camera up a little. There. There's the round guy.
Well, let's get the drive out first.
We can still show them.
Well, so they understand what it is and what it does.
Yeah. So we got the M.2 out, the Intel SSD. And you just kind of want to pull this apart. Don't have the SSD fly out of here. Handle this with care. So you're going to pull this little guy out here. It's a little plastic thing. It slides out of the standoff. And for ours, we're using a 2280. So this standoff's in the correct position. But if you did have a shorter one or whatever, you could move that. Which all you guys have the same one, so it doesn't matter. So now what you're going to do is I'm going to put this aside right here. I'm I'm going to take the M.2, and I'm in a little bit of a weird position, but I'm going to put it in at a low angle, not quite flat, but you have to make sure that this keying lines up as well. It's notched here on my right side because of where I'm standing. You want to make sure you line that up as well. Don't always go by the sticker because some M.2s have the sticker on the other side, and PC Junkie Mods always takes them off and moves them anyway. So you're just going to slide this in at a slight angle because you don't want to do it. See how it kind of just rests freely where it's at right now? If you were too much at an angle, a sharp angle, you could probably mess it up. So now you're going to push that down, and it lines up perfectly with this. If it's not quite lined up, you see how it just dropped down? You kind of can move it a little bit. And then this guy just drops in there and pushes down. That's installed.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah, that is kind of cool. I've never
usually
seen
it's
that.
a screw. You have to tighten down.
It's a pain in the ass. The screw's tiny.
Yeah.
So we're going to wait and make sure everybody's caught up there. Guess we should have been doing this the whole time, though. Taking a pause. You need a break? You good? We're pretty much done now, right?
Yeah, we're getting close.
Would you say Dell started doing this on their Optiplex series?
What? Oh, for the M.2.
Yeah, that must be nice.
Okay, so any questions? Moving on. So for the RAM, really depends on how many sticks you have. We'll determine what slots they go into. So we have the HyperX Fury DDR4 here, RGB. For this setup, the guys that have the air-cooled system one, the non-AIO, they have the HyperX Fury non-RGB, I think, version. So for the most part, this is pretty basic. You have 4 slots here. You have a gray one, a black one, a gray one, and a black one. What I always do, even the manual will tell you, is the second one from the CPU on a mainstream board is the one you want to use. So basically the gray ones. You want the first gray one from the CPU. So I'm going to go ahead and kick this lever out. It doesn't take much force. And what you need to do is look at this notch here. There's a notch. You need to line that notch up with the key notch here. So I was about to put this in right here like that, but that's not right. So I need to turn it around. And what you're going to do is you're going to take the end, it drops into the groove on both sides. And it should just slide right in, easy peasy. Okay? Once it's in there, everything looks right. You can give it a little push on the end and a little push on the other end. You'll hear it click on both ends. Once you hear that click, you can double check it, make sure it's seated. That's it. If you had 2 sticks, you would go the very end stick would go, or the very end slot would be where the second stick would go. If you had 4, you just fill all 4. Okay. Any questions? Where are we at? Video catching up? No questions? Video card. All right, so video card. We have to remove the covers. Whoa, Johnny. Get some echo. Sweet. Do it. All right. Get down. Did your headset die? Oh, you did?
Go ahead.
Okay. I can still hear it. All right, so this is how I determine what slot covers I need to remove. I'm going to be going into the 16X slot here because that's the only one that'll support the graphics card. So what I do is I come straight across from that slot, and this one here is the one that I want to pull first. Don't mind the echo. Johnny's phone's on for some reason. Blup, blup, blup. And then you're going to have to pull this one as well. So to determine how many you need to pull off is you can look at here. However many tabs the video card has is how many of these I/O covers you need to pull off. So you could have 3, you could have, I haven't seen a 4 slot in a long time, but they happen once in a while. And there's a commonly single slot as well. Most common is 2, but okay, so I pull that out. I'll take the graphics card and see this little hook here. So this little hook will engage with this levered hook catch or whatever you want to call it on the motherboard. And that's basically to give stability to the graphics card so it doesn't pop out of there, or it's to make sure it's making full contact. So what you want to do is you want to line this up with that slot, and at the same time line this up with this slot. So usually I just take my video card, push it against the back here, and slowly go down until I engage the PCIe slot on the motherboard. And I give it a little nudge downward, and I double check to make sure it's in the board. This is you can see the fins are kicked up. I don't know if you guys can see that or not. I'll try to show it to you. I'm trying to get the flashlight here. You can see that those fins, oops, are kicked up there. Where it is, there they are. Yeah, anyways, it's underneath the video card by the PCIe slot, right next to the M.2. All right. Then, so you're gonna take, once that's in, you're gonna grab the 2 screws that you just pulled out, and you're gonna put those into the video card. And I start them both just like everything else before I screw them all the way down. And you got to be careful with these ones because these are actually screws with plastic housings. So if you tighten them too tight, they will shatter. Why is this one going in? Oh, okay. I guess it was already tight. So I just do it till it doesn't really want to turn no more. I'm going to try to over tighten. That's it. Okay. Last thing is the GPU power.
PCIe power.
Well, GPU power. PCIe power is the correct term. So this is the one that says PCIe on the back of it. We're going to plug in the 8. So you need the 6 plus the 2. That'll go into the outer plug here. And when I push this in, I try to hold the video card at the same time. So that way I'm not just pushing down here and possibly damaging the board or the video card. Next, you need a 6-pin. So you don't need the actual 2-pin that's there.
Only if you're using the 2060.
Yeah, the other one is
1660
just an 8-pin. Sorry, and thanks for the reminder. I forgot we're doing 2 builds virtually here.
So for the other one, you can use another zip tie and maybe tie up that loose end.
Yeah, you can just tie it back onto your 8-pin. We don't need to tie that. It's fine. That probably doesn't. And then this little guy, the RGB thing, make sure it's not sitting in the fan like ours was right now, because if it is, there's a good chance that it's just gonna get all messed up. I think that's it. The only thing we need to do now is fire it up and see this thing work and start installing an operating system.
Is everybody caught up? Does anybody have any questions?
Katie?
Yes.
Yep.
I was just making sure I'm still in Discord.
Yep, you are here and I am listening.
All right. So are we good? I thought I heard Gary saying something.
Gary is actually helping folks who had some tech questions.
Okay. Everybody, no questions? Everybody seems good?
You guys ready to power this up?
I had a quick question.
Okay.
So, what is the second cord that you just plugged into the graphics card? The one on the far right is the PCIe 8-pin. What was the one you plugged into the other? The
They're
6 pins.
they're actually both PCIe 8 pins.
Oh, you just plug
Yeah.
both
So
of them in.
I
Oh,
didn't.
okay.
Yeah, I'm not plugging in the 2 here. See that? Because the video card, some video cards call for 2 8 pins, some call for 1 8 pin, some call for 3 8 pins. So they all different. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
so that's why this one calls for an 8 pin and a 6 pin. So that's why we just tucked this guy away here.
Okay. So the first one should have the PCIe and the extra 2 pin, and the other one is just one of the PCIes.
Yes, just the 6 pin.
Okay, cool. Sounds good. Thanks.
All right, no problem. This is freaking hot, this camera. They always get hot, yeah. All right, so I'm going to go ahead, assuming that everybody's on par here. I'm going to move this camera. You can switch this to 4 view or whatever. That's fine. Because I'm going to move some stuff around. So I already have a monitor and power and internet set up over here. So we're going to go ahead and plug directly into that. What?
Do they have monitors and stuff?
We hope so. They got PC. Everybody's got a monitor, right?
We got a question from Twitch here from
Yes.
Chuck Steak. Just joined. Are you using an anti-static strap or anything like it, or just a mod mat?
I'm just using a mod mat. I never use the anti-static strap. That's totally your discretion. I'm not promoting not using it. I'm not saying you don't have to use it. I just never have used one, and yeah, so hands-free. The main key to the anti-static is you have a case that you're working with. It's metal. Touch it, it'll kill the charge that you have in your body. And try not to work over carpet if you can.
Yeah, Lee shop's all cement floor and these rubber mats.
Yeah.
So it's not bad here. The lab I work in at Intel has grounding built into the carpeting, and all of our benches are grounded. If you're doing a lot of computer work at home and building and rebuilding your PC, and you're sitting in your living room on your table and it's a carpet and you're wearing socks,
Yeah.
it might be a good idea to use a grounding strap, but then of course you have to ground that strap correctly also. Just wearing one isn't enough.
Yeah.
So you'll have to be plugged into an outlet or that kind of thing correctly, however that grounding strap is designed. Because it's that static charge that you've built up when you pick up a component, and that charge just charges through, say, your memory module or the CPU when you pick it up. That's where that damage can potentially happen.
Right. Okay, so for your first timers, one quick last thing. Depending on your monitor would determine where you plug into. Let's see, where am I looking at here? Oh, okay, that's where. Perfect. So most monitors nowadays are either HDMI or DisplayPort. So you have DisplayPort, HDMI, and DisplayPort. So plug in accordingly. Try not to plug in to the wrong thing. One trick about the DisplayPort for you new guys is it has a release catch on here. So what happens is when you plug this in, there's 2 little hooks here. I can't remember if they're the bottom or the top. Oh, these ones are broken off. So awesome. What they do is they grab in there when you push this in. So you have to actually release that tab in order to get it back out. So don't just pull it out because you can end up ripping out your who knows what or leaving part of your plug behind. So I'm going to actually plug it in here. And that's plugged in. I just wanted to show you guys that because you guys might be like, well, which one do I plug into? Mine doesn't have that. All right, so that's that. Now I need a keyboard and a mouse, Johnny. We blew up my only extra keyboard. Oh, I blew it up. I'm sorry. Now I got something out here, I think. I didn't even think about that, people. If I had a keyboard mouse to do this with. Let's see what happens with this keyboard. I'm just grabbing some keyboard that I think is broken, but whatever. Oh, actually, you know what? I got a fix. It's wireless. Trusty Logitech. Alright, so I got a little Logitech, whatever.
Magoo says nice shirt.
Oh, thanks. That was compliments of the Lanfest team. All right, so what we're gonna do now is we're going to turn this on, and it probably doesn't turn on because I probably didn't flip the switch.
On the back of the power supply.
Yeah, there's a switch on the back of the power supply. I'm double checking everything. I'm looking everything over, and I'm going for it. Oh wow, there's some RGB on the motherboard. So normally you would you guys probably got operating systems with yours. So you got a USB drive, which I didn't plug in, but it's plugged in now. Oh, I gotta turn the monitor on or what? I don't remember. No, it is on. So it's, huh?
Is that board have postcodes?
No. It has blinky lights. Is that good or bad?
You're gonna find the front panel.
So each one of the participants received some peripherals from our sponsor Viper Gaming. The one thing that didn't come with this build was monitors.
Okay.
So
that's kind of
but
why
they
I was
all-
showing the plugs.
Yeah, but they should all have like a keyboard, a mouse, and a headset.
Okay. We're not getting video, so I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
You could be booting to internal video.
Yeah, it's true. But all I have is DP. Does it have DP on it? Oh yeah, it sure does.
Did you check the panel input?
The who? There is no panel input. It's just straight like this is not even a production panel, dude. It's literally one plug. That's it.
Oh, I know which one you're talking about now.
Reset it.
Yeah. Huh?
Might have to reset it.
Yeah. All right, don't turn off then. Do do do. Do do do.
I can't tell which green light it is on, but
Which green light where?
down here.
Oh, give me the flashlight, please. I'll tell you right now.
So it's either
LED 1.
that just means power's on.
Okay, well we knew that.
None of the other ones are on.
No, there's nothing else on.
Right.
There was a question in one of the chats that said, "Is there a power LED on the screen?"
That's weird because one of the other ones.
Power LED on the screen?
I guess he's going through basic monitor troubleshooting. Is the
Oh,
input
so
set to the correct setting? Is the power LED on, etc.?
Yeah, the power is on the monitor, and I don't have multiple inputs on this monitor. It's like DisplayPort only. So either it comes on or it doesn't come on, or it's broken. Who knows? It's like I said, this is a pre-production panel. I've had it for a long time, and I could have broke it. My kid could have broke it. Who knows? Let's check.
Yeah, I would use that particular DisplayPort cable and connect it to another working PC if you have one. Believe it or not, I've had 6 DisplayPort cables die on me within about 5 years. I guess too many LAN parties.
Yeah, I got 3 panels over there. I'm not unplugging any of those. Yeah, sure, I'll go plug it into this other computer I got out here.
Try a different video head on the video card too. Different manufacturers, different video ports active. So
right, off the get-go, right? I think I'll boot from that one.
I'm just laughing they list postcodes for a motherboard that doesn't show you postcodes.
How are you supposed to know what number it's throwing if it doesn't have an LCD screen on it? That's funny. Oh, well, you know how you could find out though? Beep, 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 beep,
Well, I
beep.
was looking to see if there was a speaker connector on the board.
I think it's right there. Oh, that's RGB, one of the two. So we didn't go over like speaker connector earlier because most people don't put the speaker on there, but this case does come with a little speaker that you could plug in. So, and a lot of times the speaker is going to help you diagnose your problem. So we might have to do that. Right now I'm waiting for the power to clear out so I can plug it back in. Try a different display port. Oh, well.
I mean, it sucks to have to go through this, but I'm really happy that it happened with you all, because now people get to see on screen what troubleshooting looks like, and that's one of the scariest things for new PC builders.
It is, you know, and I don't, it doesn't, got a red light up here. It's not always peaches and cream, you know what I mean? So this happens quite often. It's just sometimes it's something dumb. It could be a defective part from the from the manufacturer. It could be many things. So it was the VGA LED I think lit up and then it turned
red
off.
is boot.
Okay.
Yellow is CPU. Blue is dim. And then green is LED. Did the yellow one ever come on?
I never saw anything but red.
So it looks like one of the other ones are causing a problem.
Well, it should like stay lit instead.
No, it turns off when it finishes that section. So
Oh.
red turns on when it's in boot, and then it turns off, and then yellow, I guess, would turn on for CPU, and then it turn off.
Okay. So what do you want to do, Johnny? Want me to try some different RAM? That's always the easiest one to diagnose. Here, just to appease everybody, because this is an old monitor, I'm just going to go out here and plug it in and say, hey, look, my old beat up ancient 144 first ever G-Sync monitor still works.
Here's a question from chat from Ernest Dennis. Shouldn't you shut the PC from the power button and not the power supply switch?
That's preference, I guess you could say, because sometimes your power button doesn't work. Like let's say your PC locks up or something, you get a blue screen or whatever. The power button on the power switch on the case doesn't always turn it off. Right now I'm in basically a stuck position, so it doesn't really matter if I do the soft power or if I do a hard power. It's not going to make a difference for me. I don't even know if the button up front will turn it off.
If your PC is in normal usage, and for whatever reason you're feeling lazy, most motherboards will send an interrupt signal to the OS, which will then send an interrupt signal to applications, giving them a few seconds to shut down before the computer shuts down. Again,
Correct.
This is something you can customize in Windows based on your power management settings. So really, it's just one of those things where if you are somebody who wants to be able to press the button, that's generally the right way to do it, because it'll let your application save what they're doing.
Right, but like I said, I'm not in Windows. I'm not anywhere.
Exactly. In your particular use case, right? You just wanted to hit the switch because it wasn't listening.
Yeah, and it's like immediately turned off instead of waiting for it to respond to that push button. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Yeah, thanks for asking, Ernest.
All right, so let's see here. We got.
It's a long shot, guys. Let's go ahead and clear the CMOS too for good measure.
Yeah, that was the next thing. Yeah, the monitor works fine. So. Now this computer just wants to keep turning on. Awesome. one of those days. In this one, I'm using the power button to turn it off because this power supply doesn't have a switch on. So Johnny, you want to clear the CMOS and then pull that RAM stick, or you can leave the RAM stick. We'll try that RAM stick, and then we'll, if the CMOS doesn't work, then we'll move along. Oops, I'm getting ahead of myself. I gotta unplug the monitor before I walk away with it.
And I think that we've got some people who have been building who are able to boot up.
Okay, cool. So basically, you just want to plug in your operating system and start installing Windows. And for somebody who's never done that, that can be quite confusing. That's why I'm trying to get there for you. Because, I mean, I could actually, in my mind, visually walk you through it. So the first window, if you get it to boot from the drive right away, the first window that's going to pop up is Welcome to Windows thing or whatever. And you're going to click on Install Windows Now or whatever that first box is. And then once that's done, it's going to go to another one. Yeah, let me just try to get there. Hold on. Now I'm all tangled up again, Johnny.
T-Bone, were you able to boot up? Jinx, how about you? Were you able to boot it up?
Go away, kid.
Yes, I turned mine on, but it's not showing up on my monitor, so I'm trying different HDMI cords and figuring out.
That's what ours is doing. Same thing.
Looks like it's booting up and then nothing.
Yeah. He's not getting it on the monitor either.
And it's a brand new monitor. I got it. I haven't even used it yet, so.
Yeah, well, mine's an antique monitor, and it still works great, so.
I swapped out the memory while you were out there.
Oh, did you? Did you try clear the CMOS?
No, not yet.
I want to just try that first. Let's see what happens. Look at that. I don't even have to turn it on. It's just mind of its own. Oh, there's an orange light. I'm thinking
Blue light?
we might get somewhere. There's a blue light.
That means it's looking at the dim.
I was taking a long look at the dim.
If they had bad timings from the last dim, it could be stuck. You might have to clear the CMOS.
Nope, blue went away. So then we're
There we go.
Oh, there we go.
Bad dim.
Bad dim, or it just
or
doesn't
was
like
it
that
seated
dim.
well? Yeah.
So, who was it that was having the no video issue?
Jinx was having the no video issue.
Jinx,
Yeah, that was me.
Do you have the AIO?
Yes.
Okay, you have the same RAM we just had a problem with. So we're gonna get this figured out so we can see what's going on here. So I wonder.
We can try clearing the CMOS and
put this back in.
Put it back in.
Okay, so we have right now. Where's the? Oh yeah, you can see.
Yep.
Okay, cool. So you can see that we are in BIOS. Basically, to get into BIOS, you just hit the delete key. Huh?
No OS on anything, it'll go to BIOS.
Oh yeah, the auto default there. Because you unplugged this. I thought maybe it was causing. Okay, so I'm just gonna go ahead and kill the power again, just because I can, I guess.
Well, usually you were about cutting off power suddenly because you don't want to corrupt any data, and we don't have any data yet, so
No.
there's nothing to corrupt.
No, I know it's not really good for SSDs, right? Doesn't cause issue with SSDs for.
Really, really cheap SSDs, maybe.
Oh, okay. Not
Right.
Intel.
So the better SSDs and most of Intel's SSDs have capacitors on there.
Yeah.
That when the power shuts off, it still has a tiny little bit of reserve power to finish what it was doing.
Right.
You know, the big enterprise ones have lots of capacitors.
That's
but
cool.
The consumer ones have a few just to make sure that nothing's bad happens.
Okay. No, you don't have to. I don't know what it is about this board, but it just likes to turn on. Or somewhere else now, we have the orange LED now. We have the blue LED. So maybe the RAM just wasn't seated correctly or something?
It could have been.
Yeah.
Who installed the RAM?
I did. But I double checked it and pushed on
I
it
know.
like 2 or 3 times.
It could have been, something didn't make really good contact.
Yeah.
It should just go straight to BIOS.
So are you guys
But it does
recommending
feel like
that
it takes a
Jinx
long
pull
time.
out the memory and reinstall it?
If this posts, then I'm gonna make that recommendation. Yes.
Okay.
Yep. I would recommend he pulls the power, completely unplug it from the wall.
All right.
And then release the latch on the memory. And pull your RAM stick back out.
All right.
Once you've done that, take a pause, whatever, put it back in.
Okay.
Go for it, Johnny.
Just to make sure it's seated firmly, you kind of want to make sure both of the clips, as you push it in, snap.
There's only one clip on one end. It'll make a clicking noise on both ends, but there's only on the edge of the motherboard is the only edge that has the clips. Four hours. I called it, Katie. If I was a betting man, you would have won. I mean, I would have won.
I'm seeing if you could mess with the RGB.
Oh.
Oh no, this is the
Good thing we're not a betting center people, huh?
Yeah. If we were at the racetrack, we might have won.
I'm all in for Oreos.
All right, so
because not getting display, I'm trying to reset the one. It's the gray slot closest to the CPU, right?
correct.
You might have to clear CMOS.
Yeah,
Switch dims, and that would affect the timing training.
Yeah. Well, he doesn't have a second dim.
Well, that's what I mean. When we switched dims, it might have
Cleared it or something.
Yeah. Or if we were knew it at the racetrack, we might have won.
Oh, I heard that delay. Wow, that was a long delay. All right, so who's got their audio on? It's killing me.
All right, thanks. That fixed it. I'm getting video now.
Awesome.
And then it just turned
So
off.
what did you do? Because I'm still not getting video. Oh, I got video.
Yeah, this particular board's BIOS takes a few minutes to run through all its self-tests, so don't be surprised.
Okay, so does everybody have video now?
Yep, I'm getting video.
Okay, and who else was there?
T-Bone was the other person who said he's got video.
Yeah. Yeah, now it booted to Windows now.
Okay. Yours booted to Windows? How'd you get Windows on there already?
I put the stick in the USB drive.
Okay, cool.
Unless, was I not supposed to do that?
No, you're good. You're good. So I'm gonna hit F10 because I went into BIOS. So F10 will take me out of.
Turn it off. It was on.
What?
I said it was on.
It's on. I don't know. It doesn't want to. I guess it doesn't like F10 in this. Oh, because we're in easy mode or what? Where's it save?
So
Save it
would now be a good time to click install Windows?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'm just trying to figure out how to get out of BIOS now because I've never seen this motherboard's BIOS. So just give me a second.
Escape.
Escape? Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Because we didn't change anything, did you? Okay. Okay, so we're booting Windows now. Okay, so which one went in this one?
We're back on the RGB one.
Yeah, but which one was that one? I don't know. Whatever. It doesn't matter. I don't think.
So since it doesn't have a code, it's asking me what one I want to install, the regular home, or should I install?
I don't. Katie would have to answer that. I'm assuming you have home. Home is always a safe bet to go to because you can. If you do have a pro key, you can always upgrade to pro. So just pick home for now. So we don't have keys yet. Is that what I'm hearing? Okay, so you're gonna hit next.
And I did send activation keys to all of the participants.
Okay, so we're gonna hit
T-Bone,
next.
if you don't have one, let me know.
Did you send it over email or in the group chat?
I believe I sent this DM because they were personal to each person. But let me send yours again just to make sure that we have it.
Oh, I got it. Yeah, my bad. I didn't check my DMs.
You gotta turn it off. Yeah.
Just as a brief note, in case you ever need to reinstall it, or you're installing it on another computer, you can skip that step and activate it later.
That's what I was gonna show, but everybody was talking. So let's see. So we're gonna hit install now, and the easiest way to do this is just skip putting the key in because you can just come back to that. I have don't have product key. Oh yeah. And then the next thing I would do is just hit next. I would leave it at Windows 10 Home.
You don't need anything in there.
No, but I mean, if you have a Pro key, it'll upgrade from there. But if you go to Pro immediately and you have a Home key, it won't go backwards. So you have to reinstall everything. So once I click on next for the Home, this is where the critical part starts to come in because there's accept the license terms. You'll hit that. Yeah, you just signed your life away right there. So the next part is going to be which type of installation do you want? And I'm going to let the video catch up. Oh, it's already caught up. At least it is here. You're going to hit custom install. Yeah, right? What are we looking at right there? Jay?
It's about 12.
Is that Twitch?
This is Twitch, yeah.
Okay. Okay, so now that I hit custom, we're seeing this unallocated. Whoa, where'd it go? Oh, I guess when I went over it disappeared. If you had more than one drive here, you would see them all here. So this is where it's best not to plug in any hard drives but your operating system drive, so that way your life becomes easy. So like I only have a 500 gig here. You guys have 1 or 2 terabyte variants. So you're gonna click on your drive. It should be highlighted, and you just hit next, and it'll go through its deal. Basically, you're hands-free for the next 10 minutes or 5 minutes or whatever it is. So, any questions so far?
Just as another brief note, not required, but if you happen to have a network connection during this step, feel free to plug it in. At that point, Windows will install all the updates so that you don't have to do a bunch of reboots.
So my recommendation is not to plug in the network, and the reason being, I mean, everybody has their way of doing it. I totally agree. You do skip a lot of updates by doing that, but they do a force move on you where you have to put in your so it's totally whatever preference you have. If you want to just use a local account versus a Microsoft account, that's where the kicker is. If you want to do a local account, you're better off not plugging in the network because it almost forces you to use the Microsoft account. So I prefer not to have the network plugged in because I do a lot of customer PCs and stuff. But what he's saying, it makes a lot more sense for you guys is to actually plug the network in, because this will bundle all those updates. You'll get them faster. It'll be done, and you won't have to go and hunt for them later. But you will have to put in a Microsoft account. And the good thing about the Microsoft account is that it'll attach your Windows key to your account, so you'll never lose it.
Just a note, if you actually, there is a way, even with a network connection plugged in, to fiddle around and still use a local account. It's tricky, and I've only gotten it to work with a pro version, but you can. I'm not saying you're wrong.
Yeah, it used to work great until I want to say it was one of the last 2 updates where it made it super complicated to even get it to work anymore if you're plugged into the internet. They're like trying.
They fixed it in
1909.
1909.
Oh, they fixed it. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. That glitch where you couldn't do anything when you plugged into the internet.
Yeah. It was a pretty recent update.
Yeah,
I also on a granular level of my network, so I could do some things that other people may not be equipped to do.
Right. Yeah, it was a nightmare when they were trying to force that. We want to track everything you do and every child you have, every phone call you have, and all that stuff.
So are we ready to download games? Is that where we're at now, Lee?
Excuse me?
Are we just waiting for everything to download so we can start bringing on our games?
Yeah, so basically you're going to have to wait for this to finish, and depending on if you choose to do the internet plugged in and get all the updates, like we could be doing that right now. That would be pre-bundled while we're doing this install. And then it's going to go to a welcome screen when it reboots, and you'll have to go through the initial setup. Once that is finished, I usually go and double check to make sure there are no updates. Once those updates are done, then I go to the motherboard's website. I do not use. No, I have a network cable right there. Oh, there's a Wi-Fi antenna, by the way. You could put the Wi-Fi. I don't. Is it Wi-Fi or is it Bluetooth? We never did
Wi-Fi.
find.
It wouldn't be Bluetooth.
Okay.
So.
Anyways, you can go to the motherboard's website, get the latest drivers for the motherboard, install those. Once that is done, you want to go to NVIDIA's website, nvidia.com, and get the latest driver for your graphics card per model. So 1660 Super or 2060 Super, depending. And then install those drivers. Once you have all that stuff done, you can start installing your games, your apps, whatever it is that you want. Your chat program, Discord, obviously you already have it on some computer because we're talking right now, right? Maybe on your phone, like John.
Well, it's either that or a phone, yeah.
Yeah. So once you get all the drivers, Katie, and all the Windows updates, then you can start. That's when I start installing games and stuff. I try not to install anything while I'm doing drivers, and I prefer that people do one driver at a time. Back in the early days of my PC days, I attempted to do multiple drivers at the same time, and it caused issues. So that's why I recommend you do one at a time, because some drivers require a restart.
Awesome.
Generally, what I prefer to do is what he does. I typically install the motherboard drivers, restart, install the video card drivers, restart, and then I start installing my apps. Seems to work best.
Yeah. It's restart's good, but it's not. It's only required when it asks for it. But it does help. It creates a cleaner install, and I think it helps with any problems in the future.
How are we doing, Big Chickens and T-Bone? How are you guys doing on getting the operation up and going? Is it all working for you?
A note is silent. So I just hit next because it's asking where you located, what kind of keyboard do you have, do you want to set up a second keyboard. So I leave it. Everything was default. So if I were to go back, it's yes, and skip. So right here, it's asking for network. So depending on your preference, if you want to do the updates right now, or you want to do like I'm going to do, and I don't have internet. because I don't want to do. I'm going to continue with limited setup. Let's see how slow this is here.
Wait, so real quick, so I've gotten to the point where it says drive up on unallocated space. Do I just hit next?
Yes.
Okay.
Or new.
No, you just hit next. It'll make a new. Yeah.
And as you were saying, I don't have to put in internet already, right?
No, you don't have to.
Okay. So just the only difference is it's going to take a little bit longer.
It may take a little bit longer, but in my opinion, it doesn't take really any difference amount of time.
No, it's not much.
No, because I'm pretty sure that the flash drive you have is pretty current. So I don't think you're gonna have to do a 1909 download. So that's gonna be minimal updates regardless. So now I'm at a screen where it says who's going to use this PC. This is a local account because I chose to use no internet. So you just put your name, and I usually just put, because I do so many PCs, owner. But I would put whatever you want. Put Lee, Joe, PC Junkie Mods, Intel, Lanfest, owned. There you go, perfect, owned. This one's called owned. Password, totally up to you. I'm not putting one. And then I'm going to go to no for the next option. I'm waiting for the video to catch up. So this is where it gets into the Microsoft tracking stuff, where they're just trying to keep all your data and keep track of everything. So I just hit no, decline.
They can decide.
Yeah, they can decide. And then in my opinion, this is what I do. And it's totally up to you. I literally go through all this and uncheck every single last thing. Don't forget the one down here. And I hit accept. And then it says hi.
Be aware that, it is your choice, and if you should choose to change your mind, it is possible to go into settings and turn these on and off again.
Yeah, you can always go and change them on and off. And you know what? Even if you turn them off right now, I guarantee Windows will turn them back on for you at some point.
Yeah, it likes to do that during some update roll-ups.
Yeah, it does. And they got called on that one. I think in the beginning. Maybe it doesn't do it anymore, but it did.
I haven't seen it with the most recent roll-up, but who knows? Maybe the next one it will.
Yeah. They do some backsliding.
No, I don't think the new version of Windows is out yet. I think it's in a couple months.
Who said that? Oh.
In the chat.
Oh, that's
the
Matt.
most recent one is 1909. There was a roll-up that they released earlier this week, but it wasn't actually any updates. It was, security updates, stuff like that.
Yeah, he's talking about the next big drop.
Yeah,
that
hasn't.
A month or so.
That's a couple months out, yeah, if I recall correctly.
So now what I do when I get to the Windows here, I'm actually at my desktop. I wait a minute and let Windows freak out and do its thing because it's searching for a display driver right now. At this point, you could actually plug in the internet as well. Oh, you know what's going on down there, man? You got the green screen right on top of the network cable. Good job, Leroy. Oh. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and plug this in now. Does it break something?
Everything dies.
Everything dies. Is it even plugged in over here? Yeah. Yeah. So then you're just this is totally your preference. When you plug it into the internet, it's gonna say, do you want to allow your PC to be discovered by other PCs and devices on this network? We recommend allowing this on your home and work networks, but not public ones. I hit no because it likes to share updates and everything else. And you could be gaming and it's downloading updates for another computer that doesn't even need it right now.
You can always turn it back on.
Yeah, you could do whatever. Everything you say no to, you can always change later if you decide to. Okay, so I'm going to go to the new notification over here because I think it's going to tell me, yep, searching for display driver. I usually let Windows install the display driver first before I actually go to NVIDIA.com. The reason being is because I want to say the NVIDIA control panel is moved to the Microsoft Store, and you have to let that actually find it and tell you to update it before you try to do it, because I've like had some major fun times trying to install those drivers when that thing's not installed.
There's a trick to it.
Yeah. You have to just go to the store and search for it.
A trick to it to download it without putting in account information.
Oh yeah, yeah. You just go. I just go to the actual store here. I just go like this. I go to, where the hell is the store at? It's usually here, but we're on home, so I'm used to pro. Where do I find the store, Johnny?
Just type store or look in S. It's an alphabetical order.
Is it? But it's Microsoft. There it is. See, Microsoft Store. Doom, doom. So go to Microsoft Store. This is just for fun right now. We're kind of goofing off. And we're going to look for NVIDIA. There it is. Control. And this is without being logged into an account. See, like right now, I just found the NVIDIA driver. So, and there it says, oh, G-Sync enabled, blah, blah, blah. So I want to get, there, it's pending. This product is installed. So it already auto-installed it. So now you just go down here and click launch. And you want to do this because this is to accept, agree, and continue. And now see, Windows has done this whole, we need to restart your PC.
Just let it finish up.
Yeah, I'm gonna let it might be done actually. Oh no, it says retry. So I'm gonna go ahead and restart. I know the video is probably not. Okay. Or maybe I won't restart. I don't know, because my mouse isn't working now. Okay, how about that? Yeah, it is about 10-15 seconds, huh? Delay. How's everybody doing?
I think most everybody is moving along and moved out to do their setups now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
I think we're down to like one last person who's finishing up.
Oh, we're not getting, nobody's saying goodbye before they leave? What the heck?
No, they're just ditching you, man.
I know, I'm
They're
just
having fun.
It's a bunch of Irish goodnights in here.
Yeah, it's just like signed off.
You brought them to the spot where they're like, cool, I can do this on my own now.
See ya.
Empowered them.
Screw
Empowered
you
them.
guys. I'm going home.
Yeah, I'm going home. Bye bye. All right, so basically, I mean, I'm pretty sure that we can take it from here. I would just do Windows updates, and then once the Windows updates are done, I don't know what Supermicro's support website is. I've never actually used their board, so let's see. Super Micro.
It's a little confusing on the website.
.com?
Yeah.
And then support, probably, right?
It's probably easier to go through products.
Really?
And then
gaming?
Building blocks.
Oh. Building blocks, motherboards, workstation,
desktop gaming boards.
Desktop, boom. And what model is that one?
This one's the C7B360.
170,
Gotta love how those model numbers just roll right off the tongue.
I know. 360?
Yeah.
Oh, we're getting closer. 242. No, maybe not. 250. No. How about we just scroll back up here and look for 8th gen. Boom. Right here.
That'll probably work.
Right? It are not supported. Shoot. I don't know. It only says 1.
So
that's not it.
I'm going through an issue right now. My
Okay.
PC, like, it was just going through the update, like the installation and all that stuff, and it like restarted and then it disconnected from like Signal, and now it's just not connecting back to HDMI. So I don't know what just happened, and it's like confusing. So
Are there any? Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, did it turn off or did it restart and now it's not giving you video?
so it didn't like turn off, but like it said there was an error occurred, or like the computer like like unexpectedly like restarted, and so then it's asking for the computer to be restarted.
Does he have the air cooler or the liquid cooler?
Do you have the air cooler or the liquid cooler?
Air cooler.
I wonder if it's not seated properly. It overheated.
You think so?
Did you happen to catch any of the text on that screen?
So it was real brief, but it said click OK to restart the computer because like it experienced that sudden restart, and I hit OK, and then it just disconnected from like audio, and not audio but like video.
Right. Because there should have been a message as to what the error message was, like IRQ equal something along those lines.
Like it was running perfectly fine before that. Like it was
Right.
everything was installing. It finished the install, but then I even put in the product key code, all that stuff,
Or the next one?
and then it just stopped, and I don't know what to do.
Have you tried power cycling it again?
Should I just like power off, or like unplug and plug?
Power off, and wait a couple seconds, then restart it.
Okay.
And we've got tech support on the way there, Big Chickens.
Must be nice to be local to tech support.
You could do that locally anymore.
There's 390, 250, 390, 242, 250, 370. We're getting closer, right? 360? 360 CB what?
MW.
This one? Yeah. Do I click on learn more or what?
Yeah.
I'm learning today too, people, so let's just bear with me. Should be. Whoa.
Oh, lean on the power button. Sorry.
Don't worry, we're having technical difficulties here too.
Wasn't me.
Johnny just turned off the computer.
Well, it works. I'm tired now.
It's a touchy power button there, Johnny.
Well, he like made full contact with it. It's actually a pretty big button, and you know you could actually turn that off with your elbow if you wanted to.
Yeah, that's why I kind of prefer recessed ones when I can get them.
Yeah. All right, so let's see here. Motherboard manual, no. Update your BIOS, yeah. Update.
Download latest.
Yeah, but I want to do that. You know me.
Win 10, Microsoft Win 10.
Oh. Submit. So basically, we just had to go to supermicro.com. Then we had to go to products, and then we went to building blocks, and then we went to desktop and gaming, and then we had to search for the model number of the board, which is on, if you scroll all the way to the bottom, you hit load more, it will refresh, and then it'll actually get to the 370. It's just below the 370. You'll find the 360 CBM-MW or whatever. So then we, on the right hand side, once we clicked on that, learn more, you had to click on learn more. It pulls up the product page, and then you would go to drivers are on the right hand side toward the bottom. You'll see get the latest drivers, and then we did Windows 10 or Windows 10, and then whatever all. So because you want to get everything, so the website's going to have the most current. It'll probably have better drivers. Not probably. It will have better drivers than Windows or Microsoft's update. So, what is Serial I/O? Okay, I figured it was that much. So I'm going to click on download. Is it going to ask me every time?
Yes.
Oh my god. Accept. So we're just going to start downloading. We're going to click save because we need to get all this stuff first. So I'm going to click on close because I guess I got to cancel every single one. INF, we'll do that. Holy cow, you're not kidding, right? I think once you hit OK one time, you should be done. What is the Intel utility? Is it XTU, you think?
It would be surprising.
Oh, what other utility would you need from Intel?
Most of the Intel stuff will come down via Windows Update anyways now.
Yeah. Yeah, but I want the new stuff now, not next week.
It's going to come down through Windows Update automatically.
Eventually. Maybe not the newest from Windows Update.
These
Windows
won't be the
Update's always like a, huh?
These won't be the newest either.
Really?
No, vendors are always behind. You'd have to go to Intel.com to grab the latest.
Right. Well, this is, better than Windows Update in my opinion. Okay, so where were we at? Now you're confusing me. I'm not going to do. So I did the serial I/O, the INF, the SATA. I don't need to do the graphic, the ME. So you just let all yours work through the Windows Update then?
I actually go down to Intel and download their automatic driver installer.
Does it work now?
Yes.
Okay. It's been a few years since I tried.
It was a little challenging.
I wasn't trying to hit below the belt or anything. I haven't used it in a long time.
But yeah, I put it on my home machines.
Oh, okay.
And in fact, Intel IT uses it now to deliver our drivers to our corporate machines.
Okay.
So it's pretty solid.
Sweet. So I'm basically just. I guess you don't have to do what I'm doing because Johnny's telling me.
Realtek and anything non-Intel?
That's kind of what yeah. I'm not only here just for the Intel stuff, I'm trying to get all the drivers because I don't like getting drivers through Microsoft because of the fact that a lot of times they got to get them from you or they got to get them from Realtek or whoever, right?
Yeah, and that's what will happen is
So we had
Realtek will have their base driver.
Yeah.
So we had a question about asking on the stream, are you using your GoPro as a camera input to OBS?
I am, but there's a trick involved there. Major trick because I have 3 GoPros and another camera to OBS. You want me to tell you the trick?
He's cheating.
I'm cheating.
Yes.
Okay, here's the trick. What do we got? What's all that stuff on the wires, Johnny? What happened? This device right here is the trick. It's a flawless, seamless, no lag HDMI switcher. Everything's wired to that.
Yeah, so when he's switching between single camera and multi, that's happening at the switch, not in OBS.
Yeah. That makes sense? Katie?
Yes, it does. And somebody wants to know how much that costs.
That thing's like $400 or $500. $1 million. I had to do it in front of the camera. It was perfect timing. Which that was funny. All right. Yeah, it's the Crossbow. So if you look up Crossbow HDMI switcher, you'll find it. This one's
awesome. Thanks.
A 4 camera. I think it's a 4 camera control. It also has an output, so you could actually see what it's seeing. But I already have an HDMI ran back to my computer, and then I have another HDMI ran to a TV over here, and I can already see it, so I don't need to run the out of the Crossbow. Cool. All right, so moving along. So once you get these drivers all installed, Or you could do like Johnny said. Once you do the Windows Microsoft update, whatever, blah blah blah, then you would have that all done, and most likely most of the Intel stuff will be already taken care of. But the only reason I do it that way is because I did let updates take care of some of my drivers on one of my systems, and I noticed I was not getting as many, as high FPS as I thought I should.
Yeah. So what I was gonna say before.
So let me tell you what happened.
Okay.
So come to find out, I had an older version of RST or whatever, that's controlling my M.2s and stuff. And when I updated that directly from Intel, my FPS shot through the roof.
So the Windows WCL database will usually have slightly older drivers.
Right.
Because almost no vendor does every single one of their drivers through Windows Update. Only significant updates.
Yeah, only big ones. That makes sense.
And also, for example, like for the Realtek audio driver, it's just the base driver.
It's not the full package.
It doesn't have the control panel and the surround sound stuff. Right. So that's one.
So you definitely want to get that from either Supermicro or Realtek. Just remember, if whoever the brand name is, it's usually better to get directly from the brand name. So, if it's Intel products, like Johnny's saying, get directly from Intel. So for Intel chipset, but it can be confusing on Intel's website sometimes. Or you get the Intel, what was it called? Yeah, download manager, driver manager, and that'll help. And then also don't forget to get the Intel toolbox for your M.2. Intel
SSD toolbox.
Yes, well, if you put Intel toolbox in Google, guess what it finds? SSD toolbox. I stand corrected. It's very helpful because it tells you when there's firmware update. You can do multiple things on there, and it also tells you the life of the drive. Which I don't think I've had any die yet, so we're good. All right, so I'm at NVIDIA's website now, and I'm just kind of thumbing around because we're pretty much done, and I don't think there's that many people on here anymore as far as $3.99. There you go. Crossbow, 4x1, seamless, HDMI, multi-viewer, and switch. Yep. See the black magic. Yeah. Calf. What's up, Calf? All right. So I would switch this from notebooks, obviously, to 20 series because we have the 2060 in this system, and then I would switch it from 2080 to 2060 Super, and then I would hit start download or start search. It'll find the latest driver, which will be at the very top, which will be right here, 44587, which will be the same thing probably for the 1660 Super, but just go ahead and for your product put 1660 Super. And then we would just hit download now. This looks different. I guess because I didn't hit accept or what. I'd hit download now and it'll, whatever. Save. So now that that's doing its thing, I think all this is done downloading. I think I already downloaded all that stuff, so I'm going to go ahead and minimize this and close these. And I'm going to go back to Windows Update because it didn't do nothing earlier. Yeah,
Hammer said, wait, they are not doing 10th gen for the villages?
If you got some 10th gen, Ryan, send it. Send it to me. Give it to me. This is a Lanfest build, and we're using some sponsored parts, and some of the parts we already had in our inventory. We had some 8700Ks, and that's what we're using to match up with the boards that we had. So, we had the Supermicro Z360s, I guess you would call those, right?
10th gen hasn't been released yet. It's been announced. Some sites have it for pre-order, but most embargoes will lift May 20th,
Uh-huh.
so you can't even buy a motherboard yet.
I had one at one point.
Pre-production.
No, that wasn't pre-production. That was full retail.
Oh, that's right. The
Yeah,
Asus board.
yeah, and the full box kit and everything. I honestly thought it was gonna be a white box. That's usually what happens, right?
Yeah,
With
we
no,
deal with that a lot.
yeah, but not for that kind of situation.
Not that guy. Too important.
Yeah, that's.
So we get
That's what I got.
everything loaded and this build is done, Lee?
I think we're good. I've pretty much went over everything, talked about everything. This whole driver situation and updates is kind of user preference, but once you get it all done and you've done the multiple restarts in between, when it asks for a restart, then I would start dumping all your games into it and just let it download games overnight. Or if you just have to play right now, pick your favorite game, start downloading it, get your chat program in there, and once it says it's playable, fire that sucker up and do it.
Yeah. So.
I've done that.
Awesome.
I think we all have.
Thank you
I
guys
think the
for
only
putting
other
this
thing
together. Oh, go ahead, Derek.
that might be important to talk about is easy upgrades, right? You can additional a stick of RAM, and that's an easy way to get in there. Additional storage, right? And one of the things to note is if you get that second stick of RAM, make sure it matches the first one. You want it to be the same brand, same speeds, same timings. And then make sure you go into the motherboard settings and ensure that XMP is on so you get the full speeds.
I don't agree with the XMP profile unless they've gotten a lot better, because it's hit or miss, because I've had a lot of XMP profiles OC my motherboard, my CPU, whatever it could OC, it seemed like it OC'd when I XMP'd, and it just caused more issues than it was worth. Basically, what I would do with the RAM is find out what the actual spec is for it, go in there and put in that. You can change the DRAM frequency to whatever the frequency is. Go and change the timings to whatever the timings are, and change the voltage to that. Then you're getting what that RAM is called for, and nothing else is being tweaked in your system, because I guarantee you something is getting tweaked when you put XMP on. I'm speaking from experience, so that it's just like major blue screen problems when I've done XMP profiles before. Some boards, the super high end ones, because it's so hard for the vendor to go through and test every single part with every single RAM kit, so that's why it's very hit or miss, I guess you could say. But yes, for RAM upgrades, do make sure you buy the same exact RAM stick. Just look up the model number, see if you can find it. And if you can't find that exact model number, because sometimes they do a refresh, like a version 1.2 or whatever on some of the RAM modules, what you want to look for is the same timings, the same frequency, and obviously the same 8 gig or 16 gig, whatever it is. These are 16 gig DIMMs, so if you get another one, I think you'll be set. I would prefer to have dual channel. So if I had two 8 gig sticks, I'd rather run that way than a single 8 or a single 16, because then you're getting dual channel memory instead of single, because we're running in single right now. But you have the option to add 4 more sticks of RAM. You could add, change out video card later down the road. Not that you need to, because it's 2000 series. There's plenty of room for extra storage. You can add 2 SSDs and 2 3.5-inch drives. So that's the big kicker for PC gaming is, you know what? I still can play my very first video game that I've ever bought for the PC today. Now, for the console people, can they say that? Not unless they have that same console.
I'm trying to remember, what was the first PC game that I played? Commander Keen.
Commander Keen? I don't even know what that is.
Awesome.
I think we're good.
That is one of my favorite games.
Oh, did you hear that? Mine was Star Wars Battlefront.
Yeah.
Zork here.
Zork. Somebody said Zork.
I played Zork on the Apple II, but not on like a Intel-based PC.
I played Return to Zork on an Intel-based PC. I think it was like a 386, I want to say.
Oh, yeah.
It's been so long.
Well, old days when
First
you had a manual power button.
PC. Oh cripes! I can't even remember my first PC. I just remember going through a slew from all the way from the 80, 86 all the way through.
Yep.
Awesome. Well, can we
Wrap it up.
possibly and talk want to make a special shout out to our sponsors who made this build possible, which was Intel, Viper Gaming, Supermicro, Zalman, Cooler Master, HyperX, Zotac, and Corsair. All of those parts, those vendors had parts in this build in particular.
Yeah, we did a call out at the very beginning. We wanted to call out, make sure we announced all the different parts and stuff. But it helps to do it again. Oh, I'm sorry. What? No, that's off.
And we want to put a special thanks out to Lee and Johnny. Thank you guys both for taking the time to actually put forth this PC build. That was awesome to watch some people who have done this for a long time bring in your expertise and to have all the different aspects shown. Also want to thank our Lanfest tech team and community team for being part of the support system in the background for those folks who wanted to have a little bit more support. So I appreciate everything that people have done to make this PC build happen. And if you like the PC build, let us know because we're looking to get feedback around this.
Awesome. Yeah, I had fun. Thanks for coming down, Johnny. I'd shake your hand.
Yeah.
But you know how that goes.
How does it go? Smash that like and subscribe button.
Yeah, there you go. Be sure to subscribe, like, whatever, it's over there somewhere. Just hit the button and we'll hopefully catch you next time.